Chapter 2, Part 3 of Peder Victorious by O.E. Rølvaag, translated by O.E. Rølvaag and Nora Solem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Eyes That Did Not See, Part 3. 7. Reverend Gabrielson had come to St. Luke's at the end of the winter, and though it was now midsummer, his parishioners had not yet ceased to wonder about him. From the very first Sunday, Tonston had had his misgivings. The moment he saw the new pastor enter the church, wife and numerous progeny trooping up behind, he had whispered a word or two to the man beside him. If we're to feed all of that crew, we'll soon land in the poorhouse, that's sure. I thought it was a minister we'd called, and not a whole congregation. The deacons should have looked into these matters beforehand." The ways of Reverend Gabrielson differed widely from those of his predecessors. Some of his ideas were so curious that the discussion concerning him would not die down. Soon after his coming he had startled them by proposing that Bethel should join with St. Luke's. Why have two congregations here? The people were of one nationality, all professing the same faith. Here stood two churches, the one shaming the other. Why not use Bethel for a parochial school? How could they have made this blunder? Did they think that God looked with favor upon their having two churches in the neighborhood? He clasped his beard and beamed upon the men with whom he was talking. The men only smiled and shrugged their shoulders. Presently it was noised abroad that he had called on Nils Nilsson and on several others of the Bethel people. What answer he had got, no one knew. For some time now he had not mentioned the matter. The gossip about him continued. Without consulting either the deacons or the trustees, he abolished the churching of mothers. A medieval custom, he explained. In reality, barbarism. She who had journeyed to death's door in order to bring a new life into the world ought not be punished by being pilloried before the whole congregation. They could understand that, could they not? Thereupon he launched into a talk on the glory of motherhood, which was so touching that even the deacons forgot to object. But afterwards people talked. Could this man really be orthodox? He had queer notions, that's sure. Time would, of course, tell. No doubt about his good intentions, anyway. Had conditions been different, Reverend Gabrielson might have been a reformer. As he found them here, however, he could only make slight improvements. Before very long he conducted, every other Sunday afternoon, Bible hours for the young people of the congregation. Partly because these meetings were new, and partly because he held them in the homes, they gained in popularity until both young and old attended. After reading a portion of Scripture and discoursing on it for a while, he turned the meeting into a social hour. The young people playing games, the older women visiting, while the men smoked their pipes and discussed crops and politics. The first two meetings had been held at the parsonage. In spite of the size of the crowd, Mrs. Gabrielson had had enough coffee and cake to go around. All had marveled at her. Why, it was just like the feeding of the multitude in the desert. How could she manage with so many? But when the minister announced the third meeting, that too at the parsonage, Tonston got up and protested. They'd better try his place next. Someone else would have to invite the meeting after that. In the long run, this arrangement would be cheaper for them all, he added laughingly. And Reverend Gabrielson took no offense whatever. He simply nodded, "Thank you," and went on to say there wasn't so much neighborliness among them, but that at times it might be wise to come together and taste each other's coffee. Didn't they agree with him? The minister smiled benevolently at Tonston. These meetings Reverend Gabrielson conducted in English, which innovation caused several of the elders to shake their heads. They all understood Norwegian, so why change the language? To that objection the minister smiled good-naturedly, like one seeing a complicated matter in all its ramifications, and knowing that he must be patient with good people who in understanding are as yet only children. Not for the elders did he hold these meetings. The young people needed English. They would have to defend their faith in the language of the country. English was their language as assuredly as America was their home. In 20 years from now, not one word of Norwegian would be heard in America, no doubt about that. In the minds of some, this prophecy took root. 25 years later, when the language question became acute and threatened schism and reorganization, there were many who recalled Reverend Gabrielson's words, the English camp adopting them as their battle cry. Beret had attended the first two meetings. After that she hadn't cared to go. Thirsting, she had come to the fountain, had begged to have her thirst slaked, and had received nothing but a few drops of lukewarm water. Afterwards she had gone about silent and in a bitter mood, reflecting upon what was taking place among them. Was the minister right? Would his predictions come true? Was it possible for Norwegian hearts to beat in so alien a medium? Must it not eventually mean death to them? She understood nothing any more, it seemed. But could a common sparrow take the meadowlark's song? Could the cow ever forget she was a cow and begin to grunt? The horses were grazing in the same pasture with the cattle. Though few in numbers compared with the others, they did not begin to bellow. Ceaselessly her mind struggled with the problem. This spring she had sent for some duck eggs and had put them under a hen. In due time both ducklings and chicks appeared. At first they had looked almost alike, but with each passing day, despite the fact that she fed them the same food, the difference grew more marked. The chicks gradually developed into chickens, and the ducklings becoming more duck-like. It had seemed a great wonder to Beret, and she had derived much comfort from it. Wasn't this sufficient proof that God's law was still operating? But according to the minister, it signified nothing. In 20 years, he said. Today the meeting was being held at German Dahl's. Beret wanted to have German superintend the shingling tomorrow, for then she could feel sure that the job would be well done. So she made herself ready to go with the children to the meeting. They were rather late in getting started. Though Peder had kept to his room all day, he was not ready when the others called to him. The brothers had lost all patience and did not mince words in telling him so. And Anna Marie, that everlasting tease of a girl, couldn't leave him alone. She always had a very mean way about her teasing. In a quiet voice and very innocently, she would ask him a question, pause a bit to hear what he was going to say, whereupon she would answer the question herself. Peder climbed into the wagon and invited her to shut up, saying it in such a way that anyone who saw fit might take the hint. His mood got no better, because Mother was going along, which he had not figured on at all. He hadn't even mentioned to her that he was to be on the program. What would she say when she found it out, the way she had carried on last night? He didn't know what to do now. The book he held under his arm inside his coat where no one could see it. At Dahl's, every room in the house was packed full of people, and more continued to come. In one corner of the kitchen stood a group of girls, whispering and giggling, whom Anna Marie joined as soon as she saw them. Mrs. Dahl herself came and escorted Beret into the bedroom, where she cleared a place for her on the bed by removing a number of hats. The boys joined the crowd on the front porch. This, too, was filled, mostly with younger men and boys, now betting and joking in a low tone. The meeting had not yet begun. Peder took a position near the door. He would have liked to sit down, too conspicuous to stand. They must be wondering what was the matter with him. Peder was in a cold sweat from embarrassment. Now Store Hans was looking at him. Had he better go in? The minister might be wondering if he'd come. But there was no room inside. To make sure that his book was safe, he thrust his hand inside his coat. Then Ola hemmed. Peder could tell it was meant for him. Presently the minister stood in the doorway looking out, saw him and nodded encouragingly, which made Peder feel more comfortable. The meeting began by the minister's announcing a stanza from a Norwegian hymn which he felt certain they all knew. After the singing, he arose and told them what text he had chosen for today, and thereupon he sprang a great surprise by adding that he had asked one of his catechumens to read the chapter. That he had done with a purpose, he explained. The Lord had endowed the boy with most unusual gifts. He ought to study for the ministry and consecrate his life to the service of the Lord. And in order that God's plan might not be frustrated, he enjoined the congregation to be watchful. Those who had the gift of encouragement must encourage. Those who prayed must include the boy in their prayers. Especially would he commend to the young people that they, in their associations with him, be considerate. He who had been consecrated to the Lord was beset with temptations, and might most easily be led astray sometimes. The minister delivered a whole discourse on the subject, concluding by reminding them of how blessed it would be if St. Luke's could send out a real apostle. Everyone in the audience craned his neck. Of whom was the minister talking, anyway? As he stepped into the crowded room to read, Peder was all confusion. He would have liked to know where his mother sat, but dared not look up. The thought of their set-to last night sickened him, and he had not told her that he was to read here. If only the minister had not talked that way. He managed to get his book out and begin the reading. His fresh young voice, now trembling with conflicting emotions, rang sweet and clear throughout the rooms. The content of what he was reading was familiar to him, the minister having recently discussed it in class. and Peder had read the chapter over so many times that he knew it by heart. Yet he used the book, reading slowly and distinctly, in order to make the audience see how beautiful the picture really was. The strange majesty of it gripped him, made him experience a sweet sadness, almost like that killdeer song of Tambourola's, and the more lovingly he treated it, the richer it got. People listened wide-eyed and marveling that youngster of Beret Holmes could read God's word so edifyingly. Beret, sitting on the bed with Kirsty, listened intently to the minister's remarks. She fell to wondering what boy it must be. The moment she realized that the minister was talking about Peder, she wanted to get up and protest. Peerman was not going to read the word of God to her in English. But there he had started already, and in a moment she was listening so eagerly that she was oblivious to all else. Now he's afraid. I can tell it by his voice. I hope the boy isn't going to break down and disgrace himself. He surely has studied his lesson. She felt herself trembling and dared hardly breathe till Peder had finished. Not before the meeting was over was Beret able to collect herself. But then people who wanted to talk to her began crowding into the room. Some took her by the hand and congratulated her. How proud she must be to have a boy like that. Kirsty, her eyes full of tears, chatted beamingly with anyone who would listen. Yes, indeed, Père Hansa would have rejoiced today could he have been here and heard Peder speak. And hadn't she seen it all the time? Clear as day, that the Lord intended that boy for something more than ordinary? Didn't she remember the night he was born? What had she said then? Her head wagged in motherly pride. The many felicitations made Beret reserved and cautious. Now I'd better look out, or I might say too much. If I speak my mind, they won't understand. They will think I'm vain, and that I'm trying to show better judgment than they. Beret was standing in the midst of the group, her cheeks flushed. There was a smile on her face. Her neighbors looked at her. What a comely woman Beret Holm was. Small wonder the way things prospered for her. Beret started for the kitchen to help Mrs. Dahl with the serving. The minister, seeing her, came over and shook hands. "I suppose you're proud of your boy today, Mrs. Holm?" "That hasn't occurred to me," she answered slowly. "But you are thankful to God, I'm sure." Beret did not answer, and so he added, "I do not think I have ever had so gifted a catechumen. You must urge him to become a minister." "To whom should he preach?" asked Beret quietly. The minister looked at her in amazement, repeating her question. "To whom should he preach?" "Yes." Now there was a faint smile on her face. "I don't think I understand what you mean, Mrs. Holm." The minister's kind face actually looked troubled. "If your predictions come true, 20 years from now our people will not be found in America." "Oh, I see." He laughed heartily. "You're thinking of us as Norwegians. But, strictly speaking, are there any Norwegians now? Take yourself, for instance. You came into a wilderness and have ever since been building America. Aren't you an American? And your children? Oh, I don't know. I'm first of all a human being. The moment I cease being that, I can't be of much use to any country." The minister, putting all his natural kindness into the question, asked, "You don't cease being a human being just because you change language." "Are you so sure about that?" Beret's excitement was mounting, yet she had to go on. "The Bible tells about 10 tribes which were lost and have never been heard from since." "On account of their sins, of course, because that they had so little regard for their language must have been part of their sin," she interrupted him. "Not necessarily, my good woman. No, not necessarily." Suddenly his face beamed. "Do you think I was committing a sin by speaking English here today?" "Yes," said Beret very quietly, "I do." The minister scrutinized her questioningly. She was about his own height. Today she wore a black dress, neat fitting and prettily made. Her cheeks were tinted by a warm glow of animation. Her eyes, clear and bright, looked straight into his. The conviction that had grown out of many years of silent wrestling with a problem, the issue of which to her must mean either life or death, dominated her personality. Reverend Gabrielson forgot himself and began stroking his beard upward. His mouth being unable to hold any more, he smoothed the beard down, asking as he did so, "Do you mean to say that we ought to go on talking Norwegian in America?" He couldn't keep from laughing a bit because the idea seemed so ridiculous. Beret noticed the laugh, and the flush in her face heightened perceptibly. She fingered her handkerchief nervously, folding and unfolding it. One of the corners wouldn't lie right. She had much trouble with that corner. "Yes," she said guilelessly, "because I cannot understand why the acquiring of a new language must crowd out our own. But history shows us that such has always been the case. We have no reason, absolutely none whatever, to believe that it will be different in America. Take, for example, the Norwegians who immigrated to—" A nervous agitation was upon Beret. She could not wait for him to finish. Her voice had an impatient note. "A great many things are taking place in America which have never happened before. Here we are building, as you said. A people who have eyes and can see may do wonderful things." Beret had more to say. But just then German Dahl came and hurried the minister away. If he didn't come quick, the coffee would get cold. Where had he been keeping himself all this time? They had been scouring the whole farm for him, and Mrs. Gabrielson. Well, German dared not think of what she might do to him. As the two men walked off together, Beret heard the minister confide to German that Mrs. Holm was a most extraordinary woman, really. Their voices trailed off and were soon lost. The silence about her made Beret discover that the room was deserted. Had she done something wrong again? An odd sense of well-being filled her. What had happened? What had she said to him? In the kitchen was a great stir and bustle, many women being busily at work serving the refreshments. Beret went out to help them. But seeing that she would only be in the way, and preferring not to talk to anyone just now, she walked out on the porch to cool off. Bright, beautiful day. The yard teemed with people. A little distance away stood a long table, covered with a white cloth, and on it veritable mounds of sandwiches, cakes, and doughnuts. The aroma of strong, freshly made coffee floated upon the air. Small groups, having helped themselves at the table, were now standing and sitting about on the lawn. Friendly talk and good spirits prevailed everywhere. The mood was festive as at a wedding. A little farther down the yard, a crowd of young people, all of them in their teens, were shouting and laughing in a game. Beret looked at the crowd to see if any of hers might be there. They were making a terrible racket. "Last couple out," a boy's voice sang out, deep and bubbling over with uncontrollable merriment. "Can that be Permand again?" wondered Beret. A mad race for a fair-complexioned girl started in the yard. Quickly she darted out from the nearer side of the line, ran for dear life to avoid her pursuer's hand, stalling, laughing, and making unexpected turns. Her partner tried just as desperately to save her. The ranks kept shouting encouragingly. After a long chase, Peder caught the girl, and from all appearances the capture must have proved exceedingly agreeable, for the two of them laughed right into each other's faces, and the girl did not withdraw her hand until they had reached their places in the line. Beret stared hard. What in the world? Sorin had come up beside her and was laughing. "Did you see Permand nab the minister's daughter? You just trust him to pick the right one." "Was that one of the minister's children?" Beret had lowered her voice. "Sure it was. Her name is Elsa." "Elsa, did you say?" Beret stepped closer as she asked. "Yes, that's the oldest one. Have you had your coffee yet?" Beret was sober and taciturn. While eating her lunch, she looked from group to group and had little to say to people who came up and spoke to her. All seemed gay and not a bit concerned over the prospect that in 20 years the Norwegians would have disappeared in America. And their own minister turned the hearts of the children away from their parents. The shepherd being like that, what could one expect from the flock? Beret's hand shook violently. She had to set her plate down. Presently she began to search for German. As she walked about, she stopped here and there to exchange greetings. People smiled at her and seemed pleased by her wanting to shake hands with them, and so she lingered a little longer each time. But try as she might, she could not put real heartiness into her talk. The feeling of being a total stranger among her own people would not leave her. When at length she found German and told him what she wanted, he laughed good-naturedly. He would certainly have come anyway, even though she hadn't asked him, he assured her, greatly pleased, as though she had conferred a real honor upon him. Several came up and inquired how she was getting on with the building, and didn't she need more help? They weren't very busy just now. She felt thoroughly disgusted with herself, because she couldn't respond more heartily. Seeing Tonston make ready to leave, she went over and asked if he and Kirsty wouldn't stop in on their way home. There was a matter she would like to talk to them about. Immediately Tonston proposed that she go with them and let the young folks look out for themselves. Anyhow, she might be sure those fellows wouldn't quit for a while yet. The sun was too high in the heavens for that. Tonston was undoubtedly right. The game was going more merrily than ever. Many more had joined in the play. Having told one of the boys not to look for her, she left with the Tonstons. At Beret's, as soon as Tonston had tied up his horses, all three strolled off to the new barn. The windmill Tonston passed by because he had marveled at it so often that he knew every detail of it by heart. Before the snow flew, he would have one himself, no mistake about it. But in the barn he hobbled around inspecting things closely. Every now and then he would thump the floor with his stick, clear his throat, and stop to exclaim, "Well, well, I never saw the beat." After looking around for a while, he frankly offered the opinion that this barn was altogether too large and much too fine for just beasts. Too much style here. She shouldn't have thrown away so much money on an old barn. Père Hansa himself could certainly not have done much better. No, not as far as he could see. Beret looked at him. Others had expressed the same opinion, and though she knew it wasn't true, the neighbor's kind words soothed her, like a warm bandage on a painful wound. After a while a buggy turned into the yard. It was Sorin, who came to ask if she might not help tomorrow. Beret's eyes blurred. "I intended to ask you today, but I didn't have the heart. You have plenty of work at home, I'm sure." Sorin looked the other way, replying slowly, "No lack of work, 'tisn't that, but there's so little fun these days. We're glad of all we can get." The lowering sun shed a deep glow on the boards of the new barn, deepening their color to rich amber. The air in here was laden with the fresh smell of resinous pine. Beret picked up pieces of sawed-off boards which she placed on nail kegs and invited her neighbors to sit down. She herself rested her back against the wall. "Things are certainly turning out fine for you, Beret," Sorin spoke up. "I don't see how you could wish for much better." "No, indeed not," nodded Kirsty. "I say, as I have said before, Père Hansa would have rejoiced could he have been here to see how well you have managed." Beret interrupted their chatting, speaking slowly as if debating the matter in her own mind. "Time will tell how well I have done, but I think I can truthfully say that my only concern has been how he would have done it." Beret paused before going on. The others sat remembering scenes from their first years out here in this new world, when the three families had shared everything in common, and life had been like a game they were playing. "I'm glad you came," Beret continued, a little embarrassed, "for I need your advice. Had he been here tomorrow, he would have passed the bottle at the shingling, and now I don't know whether it would be proper or even right for me—" "My good woman," cried Tonston emphatically, slapping his knee, "don't talk about right. Everything's right, just so it's done with decency. And don't we all know that to make the barn leak-proof, the ridge poles got to have a little soaking during the shingling?" Footnote. The custom to which Tonston refers was an old one in the part of Norway from which he came. The thatching of a house was a festive occasion and celebrated accordingly. The drinks served were known as tuckingskandet, literally the thatching bottle. End of footnote. A smile illumined Beret's thoughtful face. Without answering him, she turned to the two others. "What do you women think about it?" "You just treat 'em a drop if you have it," advised Kirsty heartily. "That'll only make 'em step all the livelier." "Yes, why not?" Sorin said never a word, but her eyes were fixed admiringly on Beret. How could she think of all these things, and in such a kind way? That woman was a marvel. "No, that I will not do," smiled Beret in answer to Kirsty. "Liquor I've hated as long as I can remember. But I'll tell you what I have thought of. I want you, Sievert, to go to town tomorrow and get what's needed for a glass of punch, and then I want you to make it for me. What do you say, women? Tell me honestly. Am I crazy to think of such a thing?" Tonston jumped up and pounded the floor with his stick. "Crazy?" he shouted enthusiastically. "Don't talk blasphemy, Beret. Haven't I been saying all the time, and Kirsty knows it's true, that your equal is not to be found in the whole territory? Who should have sense if you haven't got it? I'll gladly undertake that job, never you fear. I'll mix you a punch so fine that you can invite the minister himself if you wish." Suddenly Tonstein's eyes lit up with a bright idea. "But I must have just a wee bit of ground cinnamon. Just a teeny-weeny bit, you understand, because that brings out the flavor much better." Kirsty and Sorin both laughed, but Beret looked serious. "I'm doing this for Père Hansa's sake," she said. "He talked a good deal about the barn the winter he was lost. That's 8 years ago now, and this is as far as I've got, so you can see how well I have done." "I don't want to hear you talk that way," admonished Tonstein sternly. "Just so Père Hansa knows how well and wisely you've managed since he left you, he'll now be resting easy, no doubt about that." The young people returned earlier than Beret had expected. Tonight Peder was in a fine humor, all obliging eagerness to help Mother. The moment she set out for the barn to feed the calves, he was at her side to carry the pail for her. As she bent over the edge of the stall to let them drink, Peder asked in a low, chummy voice if he might not ride to Doheny's and ask Charlie over for the shingling tomorrow. "Tonight?" "Yes, right now." The boy threw a lot of kind eagerness into the answer. "Isn't it too late tonight?" asked his mother persuasively. Emboldened by her friendly tone, Peder hastened to set her mind at ease on that point. He would be back before she could wink an eye. "You see," he went on, "I can't very well get out of inviting him because he keeps asking me all the time. He is such a fine boy, too. The best friend I have, really." It was almost dark in here, and very easy to confide secrets. Beret waited a moment. "If it's a matter of honor with you to have him, you better go, though we don't need to ask the Irish for help. They are strangers to us." "Oh, I understand that," Peder agreed amiably. "But you've no idea what a fine fellow Charlie is. You never saw him do anything wrong. Well, I'll be back in a jiffy." In a little while he was on his way to Doheny's, but he didn't return home before very late. When he rode into the yard at Doheny's, the place looked quiet and deserted. Shep wasn't there to greet him. Charlie didn't come out, which Peder had expected, but there must be people at home because light shone from both the kitchen and the living-room windows. He waited a while outside, then tied his horse down by the barn and went in. Peder stepped out of the dark and right into a room full of company, which made him feel exceedingly embarrassed. His wretchedness increased when he learned that Charlie wasn't at home, for now he didn't know what to do. Neither Doheny nor anyone else among the Irish was being asked to help with shingling tomorrow, and so he couldn't very well explain what he wanted of Charlie. How idiotic of the Norwegians to shut themselves off from other people. Doheny, who himself had built such a fine barn, was the very man they ought to have asked. Ill at ease and not knowing what to do, Peder sat listening to the talk. He could not join in the conversation because he saw nothing to say that would sound natural, yet it seemed worse to keep still. What was he to do? He couldn't very well stay on indefinitely and wait for Charlie, and somehow he didn't like to leave either. There were others here whom it would be pleasant to see. The kitchen door stood open. Susie was busy out there making lemonade. He knew it was lemonade because he heard her cut the lemon and squeeze out the juice. Peder twirled the cap on his finger nervously. If he left now, it would look as though he felt ashamed and didn't dare tell why he had come. If he stayed, it must look as though he were waiting for the lemonade to be ready. Plain as day, all could hear what Susie was doing in the kitchen. The conversation moved desultorily from one subject to another. At times it died down altogether. The silence concentrated around Peder and asked loudly what he was waiting for. "Can it be that they're embarrassed on my account? That's too bad." His face was set with determination as he resolutely got up to go. "What? He didn't intend to go yet." Doheny spoke up kindly. Now he must wait a bit and see what Susie was about in the kitchen. He surely wasn't afraid of the Irish. This remark brought a laugh, the weight of which forced Peder to sit down again. Directly across the room from him sat a young woman, a stranger to him, rocking a baby on her lap, her face so pleasant and full of intelligent brightness that he had to look at her again. He found her eyes and smiled unconsciously. The woman asked good-naturedly if it really was true that the Norwegians were afraid of the Irish. The question made them laugh again, all looking at him inquiringly. Peder reddened noticeably. Terrible how these people laughed, thought Peder, and straightened up. Suddenly he heard a fine answer ringing in his ear, and all the puckers in his face smoothed themselves out. Did he dare fling it at them? "I guess you've asked the right fellow, all right," laughed Murphy, nodding in the direction of Peder. The note of scorn in his laugh the woman seemed to take as a challenge. "I shouldn't say that he looked scared exactly." The woman beamed on Peder as she spoke. "Perhaps not, But he had to be taken out of our school and be put in with his own clan, whatever the reason might have been. Those Norskis are a queer lot, that's sure. Must have everything by themselves except politics. Then they want us along, and begorry if they don't scrap like devils." "Just like us," the woman flung back. "Seems to me more sensible to stick together than to be flaying the hide off one another the way we Irish be doing." Mrs. Murphy decidedly disliked the tone of finality which this inexperienced young snip of a woman used against her husband, and now hurried to his assistance, speaking in a voice shrill with indignation. "The Irish did at least talk English. No one need suspect them of saying horrid things about others in a jabber no one else could understand. She certainly would never forget the time that she and Mrs. McBride had attended Ladies' Aid at Mrs. Tonsonton's. There they had sat the whole day without understanding so much as 10 words of all that was said. A terrible experience that was. She knew they were only talking about her and Mrs. McBride. She could see it on their faces. There should be a law against such things. Indeed there should." Mrs. Murphy looked at Peder while she spoke, as though he was to blame for the tribulations she had suffered that fatal day. All of a sudden a heated discussion had arisen concerning whether it was right for the Norwegians to talk their native language in America. 2 persons in the room defended them, Michael Doheny himself, who joked so much that it was hard to tell just what he meant, and the fair-complexioned woman. She argued joyfully, with eager enthusiasm, and because of the challenging phrases and the striking similes she used, the debate grew heated. Peder sat by the door, facing the whole room and taking it all in. No one took the slightest notice of him. His cheeks were burning hot, his fingers twitched. For it was him they discussed. No, not now could he leave. He'd have to show them one Norwegian who wasn't afraid of the Irish. His eyes wandered defiantly from one to another. Well, here he was. Peder sat on doggedly. At last Susie came into the room, bringing a tray of cakes and lemonade, and stopping at each one as she made the round. She wore a rose-pink gingham dress over which she had a white apron. Her hair she had done up in the manner of grown-up girls. She moved easily from place to place and seemed full of a bewitching deviltry. Wherever she stopped, laughter pealed forth, occasioned by some funny remarks she made. Finally reaching Peder, she had nothing to say, and then the laughing died down entirely. She was standing with her back to the others. Not a word did she utter, only offering him what was on the tray. Peder looked at her, imploring her to say something which might break the silence that was gathering round them. Susie never lifted her eyes once. Her face had a peculiar expression. It might be a grin. Peder's hand shook violently as he took the only glass left. The silence about the two was terrible. Every soul in the room must hear it. Susie went back to the kitchen again. Peder gulped down the lemonade, waited a moment, got up, and forced out a loud "Thank you," then stopped and looked about the room. If they had more grievances against him, he would, of course, have to face it. A strange calm was upon him. Just how he got out of the room he didn't know, because his knees shook so badly that he had all he could do to stand up. As soon as he was outside, an overwhelming sense of shame over having fled seized him. How they must be laughing at him now. Peder managed to get his horse untied and to mount. Just as he rode across the yard, the kitchen door opened, and Susie came out. There she was, standing in the full light of the opening. Glancing in that direction, Peder gave his horse a sharp crack with the reins and passed close to the porch, but without looking at her. She came down the steps. Did she call to him? She could call as long as she pleased for all he cared. End of Chapter 3. The Eyes That Did Not See, Part 3. Chapter 3, Part 4, of Peder Victorious, by O.E. Rølvaag, translated by O.E. Rølvaag and Nora Solem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Eyes That Did Not See, Part 4. 8. The new barn Beret Holm was building seemed to her like an old friend who had been absent for an interminably long time, one nevertheless whose every feature she remembered clearly. For many years she had been planning and changing details, only to tear down again and begin anew. Though it was still unfinished, she knew exactly how the barn would look when completed. Not at any time since she came to America had she felt so much at home as during this summer. She walked about with a feeling of quiet satisfaction. Day by day she would go out and watch the work. Each board that was being nailed on brought out more clearly the picture which she, with so much care, had constructed. Ever since the spring she laid Père Hansa away, she had had the barn in mind. At first the undertaking had seemed hopelessly impossible. How could she, helpless and foolish as she was, plan and execute a task which had baffled some of the ablest farmers around here? She didn't have the means either, and how was she to plan it? But the need for better shelter for the cattle grew more insistently imperative every year, and so the idea that she must get a barn no matter at what cost wouldn't leave her in peace. Every structure of the kind which was being raised in the neighborhood she would go and look at. After coming home, she would go to work and make alterations in her own plans, trying to embody some practical feature she had seen. Thus she would keep on until the season had advanced so far that she could start building that year. Had she only known how Père Hansa would have wanted it. Not often while he lived had the project been talked of. The only thing she recalled having heard him say was that he would have both cow barn and horse barn under one roof. And on that point she had made up her mind long ago, because a building scheme like that would be less costly and make more pleasant quarters for both cattle and horses. 2 years ago this spring she had enough money saved up, and though she didn't mention it to the boys, she was fully decided to build that summer. The cattle suffered terribly during the winter. Every fall the same story. The old straw barns had to be patched up, which meant no end of toil for all of them. Her decision came abruptly to naught. One evening while Ola was reading his farm paper, he came upon a drawing which arrested his attention. After studying it for a while, he showed it to his mother. Now look, there was the very barn Father would have built. Without listening to her, he called excitedly to his brother to come and see. Wasn't this the identical barn Father had described to them the day he left? Stora Hans looked at the drawing. Why, here were the very things Father had mentioned. A ridgepole equipped with a track and carrier, so that the hay could be hauled into the loft and dumped wherever one wished. The device had sounded so easy and novel to the boys that they remembered it the minute they saw the picture. Beret said nothing about it. She cut out the picture and studied it often. The scheme seemed exceedingly practical, and thus it might be with other things too. Had she gone to work now, the barn wouldn't have been at all the way Père Hansa would have wanted it. There was no building started that year either. A year ago last spring, Stora Hans, coming home from town one day, had a remarkable story to tell. He had been to the lumber yard for a few pieces of board. The man there had given him a leaflet, advertising a wonderful invention. On one page a windmill, pumping water to an immense herd of cattle. On the opposite page, the same mill grinding corn for the hogs. The reading matter gave an enthusiastic account of how farmers in the East had long been using the windmills and could not now do without them, the Dutch being the first to introduce them. The mills were built near the barns, with the water tank usually outside. Where the winters were severe, it was advisable to place them inside in order to prevent too much freezing. "This isn't possible," cried Beret, incredulous, and asked Stora Hans to explain the description to her once more. After the children had gone to bed, she sat far into the night trying to understand how the mill worked. It was the most marvelous thing she had ever seen. The idea fascinated her, so that she couldn't let go of it. If it were really true that the wind could be harnessed to pump all the water they needed right up to the barn, then she would have to study the matter a little closer. Her thoughts, conjuring up a picture of a new large barn with a windmill and all, standing just across the yard, brought a pleased smile to her face. Wonder if Père Hansa would ever have thought of that. It would be fun if she could add just a little to what he had planned. After the windmill came into the picture, Beret thought of little else than how she might get it and the barn built. Some evenings she even forgot her reading. One afternoon in the early part of the summer, just as she was carrying water to the hogs, a Norwegian peddler, who always stopped in whenever he visited the settlement, drove into the yard. Seeing her slave so hard with the water, the man began telling her of a remarkable structure he had seen over near Brookings, owned by a real farmer who was a Norwegian. A huge barn, having a windmill right outside, and a dairy nearby where the milk was being kept in cool water all the time. A real marvel, that barn, he assured her. These days farming was getting to be what it ought to be, because people were learning how to apply intelligence to it. Beret forgot her work and asked many questions. For days and weeks afterwards she went about thinking of what the man had told her, but didn't mention it to the boys. When the haying was done, she took Stora Hans with her one Saturday and drove to Brookings, found the man the peddler had told her about, and stayed there until Monday, asking many questions and getting much good advice from him. And this spring, as soon as the plowing and seeding were done, she had gone to work. The windmill she had built first, the dairy next, and now the barn was ready for the shingling. If it had been made to order, the day couldn't possibly have been finer. Still, clear transparency, reaching far back into the spaces beyond the sun. Nothing else. Coming out into it made one stretch and laugh. As soon as Beret got through with the morning's work, she went into her bedroom to wash and to tidy herself. During the winter, she had made a new gingham dress, a shepherd's plaid, in deep green and black. She was fond of the dress because it gave her face a better color. Today she put it on, and a new hardranger apron over it, a pretty garment, neatly made, with embroidery and crocheted lace. The apron was a gift to her, and had come from far away. Summer before last, a girlhood friend in Norway had sent her a letter. Beret had answered it, and so many letters had followed. And now, a few weeks ago, the apron had come. Beret had not worn it before. She looked at herself in the mirror and broke into a smile. How she had put on her clothes anyway. Under the left ear, a bit of the lace on her collar was turned onto the band, making her neck look abnormally long on that side. Carefully she straightened it out, taking plenty of time, and looking often into the mirror. At 9 o'clock she brought out lunch to the men, sandwiches of various kinds, some spread with cheese, some sprinkled with brown sugar, and a large pitcher of fresh milk, which she had mixed with sweet cream. The constant tick-a-tack-tack up on the roof deafened her. Men's voices rang through the fusillade of hammering. Now and then a laugh broke out, in which they all joined. Must be easy to laugh up there. There was a merry ring in it. From the rest, Beret singled out that of Tamber-Ola. Had he seen her come? He's in high spirits today, she thought, her cheeks flushing a deep red. In her eyes shone a soft clearness. She set down her trays and stood looking up. Peder and Charlie, the boy was standing on the porch this morning when she came out, scurried hither and thither across the roof like two weasels, working as handymen to the 8 who were shingling. She waited in the barn until the men had come down from the roof. Then she gave Peder instructions about the dishes and went back to the house to begin preparing the dinner. Through the door she had seen Sorin coming. Today Beret sang as she and her neighbor went about the work. Strains of an old love song she had often sung when a young girl popped up in her consciousness and kept ringing in her ear. Before she was aware of it, she was humming the melody, mumbling the words to herself. Realizing what she was doing, she laughed, a bit embarrassed. In order to pass it off, she asked Sorin whether she could remember the words to the ditty, and straightway she began singing it. Beret was a little surprised at herself, because once started she remembered the whole song and sang it clear to the end. Anna-Marie laughed at her mother and made teasing remarks. 2 old women acting silly like that must surely be a bad sign. Doors and windows stood open. Through the clear transparency out of doors the rhythmic tick-a-tack-tack of the hammers came floating into the kitchen. Often Beret walked to the window, and standing there looked over at the barn. Dangerous the way the boys were running up and down the steep roof. Would they had sense enough to be careful, and the others too. Her eyes sought out one of the men. A wistful expression came into them. She sighed as she went back to the work. Just as dinner was ready, and Beret was about to go out and call the men to come in, a buggy drove into the yard. Reverend Gabrielson, having made a sick call down in this part of the settlement, and coming by here on his way home, dropped in to see the building project which he had heard so much about. Sorin was the first to notice him. I declare, if we aren't getting company, here comes the minister. You just ask him in. We've plenty prepared. Beret looked out into the yard and said nothing. Removing the big kitchen apron she was wearing over the other one, she went out to receive him. The minister had stepped out of the buggy when Beret came. Here you have me, Mrs. Holm, he greeted her cheerily. Today you have no time for argument, so I'll declare a truce. I was passing this way going home, and had to stop in and have a look at what you're doing. The minister shook her hand heartily. Beret paid no attention to him, but called to Peder to come down and put up the horse. She turned to her visitor, a cool aloofness in her manner. If he would be satisfied to share with them what they had, she said calmly, he was welcome to stay to dinner. If not, he'd have to go elsewhere. Oh, no. She mustn't mind him. He had only dropped in to shake hands. There were many here today. Some other time. Many? Beret said. Were they so few at his house? In her voice was a note of contempt. So few? He should hope not. He laughed confidentially. But with them the increase had come gradually. They hardly knew how many they were now. Beret surveyed him coolly. Her face puckered because she was trying to conceal her disgust. Peder came down to put up the horse. Leaving them, Beret told him to hurry and to call the men for dinner right away. The minister walked about in the yard, inspecting the new buildings, greatly surprised at how efficiently and how conveniently all had been planned. Mrs. Holm must indeed be a remarkable woman. As the men came down from the roof, he shook hands with each one. Charlie he didn't know, but the moment he looked into the face of the boy, he was attracted to it and wouldn't let him go before he had found out all Charlie cared to tell. The men came into the house. The large table in the kitchen fairly groaned under its burden of food. The minister was given the place of honor at the head of the table. As soon as all were seated, he folded his hands and offered a lengthy blessing in English. Meanwhile the women, their heads bowed, stood over by the stove. Beret's face had turned pale. The brazen effrontery of that man! This he dared to do, right in her own house. When he had finished, the women began serving, Sorine bringing the potatoes and the gravy, Beret following with the meat and the preserves. Her hand shook as she handed the platter to the minister. "I don't suppose you can eat our food. It's prepared in the Norwegian fashion." Her voice sounded leaden, as in one who, having suffered a bitter disappointment, must talk aloud to herself. All glanced up at her. Store Hans turned crimson. Seizing a cup and jumping up from the table, he went to the water pail for a drink. There he stood watching his mother, trying to catch her eye. "We must beware lest we give offense to others," the minister said peaceably. Aye, on that we're agreed, and when I come to the parsonage on a visit, I shall try to accommodate myself to the ways of your house. Provided, however, you don't consider our ways ethically wrong," he retaliated amiably, secure in the feeling that he had the better of the argument. By now Beret had reached the lower end of the table. From here she could look straight at the minister, which at the moment she felt she must do lest she choke. "In your opinion, then, it is wrong to say grace in the Norwegian language when you are in a Norwegian home where everyone in the household understands the language, just because there happens to be a child present who doesn't understand it?" Beret spoke fast and seemed out of breath. Tom took the platter she was offering him, remarking soberly, "It might contaminate him, you know, which would be terrible. If the Irish, too, should begin saying grace in Norwegian, we'd sure have an awful condition in the territory." The tenseness of the atmosphere around the table lifted. Most of the men broke into a loud laugh, but the minister, plainly annoyed, looking right down into his plate, waiting for the guffawing to stop. "The precious gifts which the Lord has bestowed upon us, he surely doesn't want us to keep to ourselves. That would be selfishness. Better human relations are not brought about by that spirit." Over by the stove, Beret was refilling the platter. All so seated that they could see her were looking at her. She hesitated before answering. "But supposing that what is precious to me is worthless to others, it might also be that I cannot make any use of what I am getting in return." Now she spoke slowly. Her indignation seemed gone. To the others, she looked like one who has lost her way and doesn't know whither to turn. "It can hardly be as bad as all that." The minister smiled affably. "No, then we sure would be in a hell of a fix," Tom remarked dryly. Silence followed. None of the men laughed out loud. All looked at the minister. How did he take that thrust? But he returned their looks serenely and ate on. Obviously he had decided to drop the argument. After a while, German Dahl engaged the minister in conversation about the cemetery. The place was growing up into weeds and looked like a pig pen, a disgrace to the whole congregation. Something ought to be done about it. Hadn't he seen it? Several got the impression that German laid the blame on him for the condition of the graveyard, because his remarks were made in a cutting tone. The minister agreed with German. Perhaps something ought to be done. He would talk to the board of trustees about it. Their greatest concern was, however, not with the dead. They were now being taken care of by a higher power. He would have to render account for how well he had looked after the living. German and the minister had quite an argument over the matter. Aside from their talk, and now and then a terse remark from Tom, not much was said at the table. The tenseness lying in the air would not allow itself to be dispelled. None of Beret's boys uttered a word. Peder, hot with shame, kept his eyes to himself. Ola was the first to finish. He got up, leaving the house immediately, and was not seen until the others had begun shingling. Then he came out of the old cow barn. Tonston was faithful to his promise of last night. About 2 o'clock he and Kirsty drove up to the house. Despite having left his stick at home, he bustled about as spryly and officiously as though his body had never known a rheumatic pain. First he put up his horse. Then he came back to the buggy, where he took out a bundle, something heavy, wrapped securely in a gunny sack, which he tucked under his arm and carried up to the house. With his hat shoved as far back as it would go, and an air of officiousness about him, he would have looked tremendously important, were it not for the mischievous gleam in his eye. Bustling into the kitchen, he demanded peremptorily to see the mistress of the house, at once and without delay. "My dear woman," he brushed Sorine aside, "I can't see you. You won't understand it at all. Here," he told Beret, "you take this little sweetheart of mine and keep her in a cool place until I call for her. You have the cinnamon on hand, I hope?" But he had no time to spend on the women. Right now he must be off to see how the boys were getting on with the shingling. On his way across the yard, he stopped at the buggy, turning his back to the house. In the corner of the seat lay his coat, which he removed with great care. Tucked securely into the corner nestled a pint bottle of whiskey, peering indolently up at him. A slight chuckle escaped him as he pushed the bottle down into his hip pocket. Near the barn he stopped, and thrusting his thumbs under the band of his trousers, he called to the men, "Weren't they ever to get done? What had they been doing all day? Did they have a rope? Yes, a rope?" Tonston simply had to get up on the roof. But not wishing to risk climbing the ladder unaided, he called for help. 2 men stepped down into the gutter and threw a rope to him, the loop of which he fastened under his arms, and so the ascent began. And it didn't stop until he sat straddling the ridge-pole. While recovering his breath, he surveyed, with an important mien, the faces of the men who had all gathered about him. "You fellows must be crazy. Are you shingling the roof without as much as giving the ridge-pole a single sprinkling? A fine job you're doing for a poor widow who can't look after things herself. And you, Germund, have the reputation of being a sensible man. About time I got here." Ceremoniously, Tonston removed his hat. "Now you, youngsters," he commanded Peder and Charlie sternly, "get yourselves away while the old veterans hold a council of war. Clear out, I say." Sober as a deacon, he pulled out of his pocket a small tin cup, thereupon the bottle. "Now, Germund, drink this drop, and promise me never to betray a poor widow again. If you weren't so damned obstinate in politics, you'd get by St. Peter all right. Well, never mind that now." Tonston kept on treating until the bottle was empty. Then he had to get down at once. No, indeed, he had other things to do than to be wasting his time up here. Now he would trust no one but Germund himself to help him down. Day was waning fast. The sun hung blowsy on the rim of the western horizon. By and by the prairie, having lost all substance, lay floating in a purple sea. No stir, no sound. At last the hammering on the roof had ceased. Up on the porch the men were washing for supper, their talk merry and full of witty remarks despite the long day's work. No one seemed the least bit tired. The sight of Tonston bringing a large pitcher brimful of punch heightened the mood perceptibly. This was a little treat from the mistress herself, he explained, as he poured each one a glass. Now they were to go in and thank her fittingly. "Hold on there, fellows. Don't run off before we've got the tank empty. Here's one last drop. And now you hurry. The women will be fainting on me unless I get to 'em quick." Presently he stood in the kitchen, treating the women folks. Beret thought the punch tasted a bit sweet, but drank her glass nevertheless. The other 2 did likewise. Sorine laughed gaily, and in thanking Tonston had to pat him on the cheek, for never had she tasted finer drink, not even at a wedding. The merriment increased greatly at his insisting on returning the pat, and by his wife's slapping him on the ear with a dish-rag, telling him to behave himself. She was getting hysterical with laughter. At supper, Anna-Marie and Kirsty waited on the table, the other 2 women eating with the men. There was much good talk and cheerful laughter tonight. Bright memories from the early days came back to them. Each recalled some experience of which he must remind the others. All had heard the stories often, which fact didn't seem to detract from the interest. Charlie, almost forgetting to eat, kept looking from one to the other. Every time a laugh broke out, he would nudge Peder in the ribs, wanting to know what it was all about. but Peder only laughed so uproariously that Charlie was forced to join in. Jollier people than these Norskies he'd never seen. The meal finished, Tonston got up and slipped out of the room, only to return with the pitcher filled once more. The men stared at him in utter amazement. Where had he discovered that spring, they'd like to know? Did the mill pump it out of the ground? If so, they were going home to erect one right now. Tonston didn't utter a word. His face wore an ominous expression. Filling Beret's glass first and his own last, he took a position at the lower end of the table, there waiting solemnly until he had all eyes looking at him. After clearing his throat noisily, he launched into a eulogy on the greatest farmer in the town of Spring Creek, who, though only a woman, had outdistanced the others by many leagues. His emotions soon got the better of him. Before he could stop it, tears were rolling down his cheeks. But then he grew so eloquent that all agreed that he was making a wonderful speech, and as to that, there wasn't the least doubt in his own mind. "Well," he concluded, "if you now will promise me to be real good, I'll just squeeze the bottle for the last drop." When he returned, he filled the glasses with brew that was considerably stronger. They remained sitting around the table. No one cared to get up. By and by, emanations which immediately kindled laughter began sparkling from Tamburola. After a little, he was relating incidents from the war. Sorin, desirous of proving what a wonderful man he really was, begged him to continue. He didn't seem to pay any attention to her, but went on. Deep, mysterious dusk filled the room, and was gradually sinking into the consciousness of the occupants. The man continued talking. Now he was drawing pictures for them of his experiences in the prison camp at Andersonville, which not even Sorin had ever persuaded him to do. Imperceptibly his habitual manner of reticence dropped off him. His narrative became more quiet. Into his tone had crept a note of awe, constantly recurring. His voice had a catch in it, which occasionally caused him to stop. In his mood, all could sense it clearly, lapped choppy billows of pain. At last the words came flowing across his lips like some song laden with the burden of a great sorrow, but which he nevertheless now must sing. Kirsty broke the spell. She had never heard the like. The narrative had depressed her, worse than the most dismal fall night up by the polar circle where she had been brought up. Unable to endure it any longer, she got up, found the lamp, lit it, and placed it in the middle of the table. Tamburola broke off abruptly. Jumping up, he shaded his eyes. "Much obliged for the entertainment," he shouted sardonically, his face awry with a mawkish grin. In the next instant he had found the door and was gone. Beret arose as if to follow him, but caught herself and remained standing in the middle of the floor, dazed. Oh, no, 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 he must not go yet, not before she had had a chance to talk to him. The others were still sitting at the table, Sorin with wet, beaming eyes, which kept asking, "There now, isn't that what I've been saying all the time? Isn't he a fine man?" But Tonston paid no attention to any of the rest. His mouth felt dry, and moreover he had to blow his nose, after which he remarked huskily, "There you can see what this country has cost us." 9. All save Sorin had gone, Beret's own boys too. Peder was taking Charlie home, the mother having consented to his taking the buggy, because then he could convey Sorin home at the same time. But tonight Sorin would rather not ride. "You'd better come with me for a little walk," she said to Beret. "A little airing will be good for us after all this feasting." The two women crossed the yard. Before them, over in the dark, the prairie receded into deep mystery and could only be felt. A thin, frail shell of a moon, not over 3 nights old, hung in the western sky, promising a spell of dry weather. "Not many tears on the prairie this month," joked Sorin as she looked at the new moon. Her remark made both of them laugh. Having reached the windmill, they sat down on the first rung. "I'm glad to have you alone," Sorin began. "I need your advice in a serious matter. Your judgment is so much better than mine." "How you talk! What is it?" asked Beret, surprised. Not heeding her, Sorin repeated, "I don't think I've ever been up against anything more serious." "Then I'm the wrong person to consult," smiled Beret, her answer belying the pleasure she felt over the other's unfeigned confidence. "No, you're not, and now you must give me your honest opinion." "You frighten me." "Do I?" Sorin hesitated a moment before blurting out, "I'm thinking of getting married." "What are you saying?" gasped Beret, clutching Sorin's arm. I knew it would surprise you, but, you see, I'm not able to manage the way you can, so I'd better get someone to help me. Tell me honestly, what do you think of it?" Beret did not answer. And so Sorin went on. "Hans also was always very kind to me. During all the years we lived together, he never wished me aught but good. I'm sure he would have no objection to my marrying again." Still Beret was silent, which greatly surprised Sorin. She had confided in her friend because she wished her to rejoice with her, and here she sat mum and distant. "Who is it?" Beret asked finally, her voice so low that Sorin could hardly catch the words. Eagerly Sorin hastened to explain. "That's just the point. People think he's queer, you see, and so I don't know if I'd better... But if they only knew him, they wouldn't think so. There isn't a kinder-hearted person in the world. I know there isn't." "Has he asked you?" Sorin resented the distinctly hostile tone in her friend's voice and had to defend herself. "You don't suppose that I've been proposing to him?" "How can I tell? I don't even know whom you're talking about." Beret laughed bitterly. The remark mollified Sorin. Here she had been so intent upon her own self that she had forgotten to explain decently. "Oh, of course you don't," she exclaimed. "Well, it's Tamber Ola. He's been asking me so long that now I must give him an answer." Not a syllable from Beret. With the prolonged silence, Sorin's spirits sank lower and lower. Expectantly, she had longed for the moment when she could tell her friend her great secret, not altogether because she wanted advice, but because tonight she felt such a deep need of sharing her happiness with someone whom she loved, and this was the response she got. When Beret finally spoke, her answer stung because of the malicious taunt in it. "He gets some queer notions, that fellow." "That you would never have said, had you known him as well as I," Sorin protested sadly. "What about your children?" The unkindness of the question cut Sorin deeply. Now it was her turn to delay answering. "Sophie's already grown up. What may come of the affair between her and Store Hans, I don't know. To the little boy, Ola has been like a father ever since he came to us." Beret rose with startling suddenness. "Better look before you leap, that's all I can say. I hear a calf over in the barn. Guess I'd better go and see what the trouble is." She started to walk off, but stopped. "If you wait till I get back, I'll go with you a little way." When Beret returned to the windmill, she found no one there. She had taken her time about looking after the calf, a great deal of time, as a matter of fact, but now that she had found Sorin gone, she felt badly about it. Sorin ought to have waited. Beret had an important question to ask her, one that Sorin ought to weigh carefully. She might as well tell her, since Sorin had asked for advice. Perplexed, Beret stood there. Sorin couldn't have gone so very far yet. Perhaps she could overtake her if she hurried. She must speak to her before she had a chance to see Tamber Ola again. Most likely Sorin had never considered that side of the question. Beret started to walk, hesitatingly at first, but then faster and faster until she almost broke into a run and had to stop to catch her breath. She must avert this tragedy. Sorin was so common and straightforward, and Tamber Ola had to be handled with a light touch. How could she imagine herself a fit mate for that man? Oh, no, she was hardly the woman to give him the care he needed. Too bad for Sorin herself. Of the two, it would be harder on her. She didn't realize what it meant to satisfy one like Tamber Ola. Again she quickened her steps. After having walked some distance, she was arrested by the sound of a buggy coming toward her. She stopped to listen. If people should find her traveling here alone at this hour, they must think something was wrong with her. She stepped aside quickly and crouched low in the grass. The buggy was not coming very fast. Was it standing still? No, there she heard it more distinctly. She held her breath. What, did she hear young voices? Merciful heavens! Wasn't that Permand? Were those boys out riding yet? The horse came nearer, barely shuffling along. Now and then it halted, snatching a mouthful of grass from the roadside, which it crunched before ambling on again. A girl's voice? No, her senses must be fooling her. The boy wasn't out with girls at this time of the night. There was the voice again. Beret squatted still lower, her body shaking so violently that she had to hold on to the grass in order to steady herself. A girl's voice, now and then bursting with joyous laughter, was chatting in the dark. The clear, deep voice of Peder seemed to be winding itself in and out of it. It could hardly be the minister's daughter. The boy must be out of his senses. Her impulse was to jump up and reprimand him severely right then and there, bid him pack himself home instantly. But she was rooted to the ground and couldn't stir. The buggy rolled by, directly in front of her. What was that they were saying? Now they were talking so low that she couldn't catch the words. Surely the girl wasn't sitting in his lap. The buggy had rolled past and on into the dark night, where it soon disappeared. Now they were driving faster. She could tell it by the hoofbeats. Could he be bringing company home? With great difficulty, Beret pulled herself together and hurried after. No sign of life in the yard. Everywhere only intense stillness. She went straight to the outhouses. The buggy was not standing in its accustomed place between the corn cribs. She hurried to the horse barn. The stall yawned empty. She ran down the yard to the main road, stood there for some time, listening breathlessly. Not a sound, only the night, and her own heart pounding as though it would break through her breast. Beside herself because of the nameless fear which was tormenting her, she turned and went back. In the middle of the yard, she again stopped to listen. A gust of wind sweeping out of the darkness struck the windmill squarely. The whir of the big wheel as it swung around resembled the wing stroke of some prodigious bird. The noise increased her fear. Detecting no other sound, she hurried into the house, tore off her shoes, lit a candle, and ran upstairs. Perhaps her senses had deceived her. The boy might be in bed, sound asleep. In Peder's room, she sank down on the empty bed. The pain she felt seemed insufferable. In her ear spoke a voice, loudly and with great distinctness. "Now you have lost your boy, Beret Holm." "It isn't true. Oh, it can't be true," she sobbed, and sprang up to hunt for him further. The door to the boy's room stood ajar. Pushing it open, she found Ola fast asleep. Store Hans, to whom she hadn't given a thought, had not come home yet. "Now things are going fine here," she heard a voice cry derisively. Beret could have shrieked the words out herself. In a moment she descended the stairs and went into her own room, where she lit the lamp. She reached for the Bible, but her hand dropped limply into her lap. What did it avail when no one heard her supplication? The light hurting her eyes, she turned the flame down. After a while, Store Hans came in. She arose halfway from the chair, but sank down. No, she'd have to try to bear it alone. Time passed, yet did not pass at all. The night dragged on endlessly. When the clock struck 1, Beret would not believe she had heard right. It must have struck wrong. In order to make certain, she went into the kitchen to see, but both hands showed 1 o'clock. Unable to go to bed, she went out on the porch. There she sat down and stared aimlessly out into the night. Her fear had now changed into a dull, gnawing ache right below her heart. Her thoughts, ranging restlessly about, would persistently return to one idea. She had only herself to blame for what had happened. As the tree, so the fruit thereof. At last she saw herself stripped naked, standing in a glaring light. Aye, as the tree is, so must the fruit be. The soughing of the wind had caught the words and was using them as a refrain. Beret could hear them distinctly. About 2 o'clock, a buggy drove up the yard, the horse blowing a prolonged snort as it came to a halt. At once Beret knew who it was, waited 1 instant, and slipped quickly into the house, blew out the light, and lay down. No, she could not speak to him now, not tonight anyway. Shortly she heard Peder enter the house, mounting the stairs so stealthily that she could hardly detect his steps. Beret lay with her eyes closed. Back of her eyelids her thoughts worked ceaselessly, torturing her until the balls seemed to be afire. Dawn came. She heard the songbirds commence their morning concert. Above the chorus rose the glorious solo of the meadowlark. Another day of bright sunshine must be coming. Beret felt it so good to relax a bit that she didn't get up immediately. Having dressed as usual, she took the Bible, paging a long while before she found what she was looking for. And it was so, when the days of their feasting were gone about, that Job sent and sanctified them, and rose up early in the morning, and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, "It may be that my sons have sinned, and cursed God in their hearts." Thus did Job continually. She let the boys sleep a good half-hour longer than usual, awakened Anna Marie, and set her to getting the breakfast. By the time the boys came out, Beret herself was hard at work, seemingly in a great hurry to get the chores done. She didn't take time to skim the milk. Telling Store Hans that she had to go away for a little while, she went in, washed carefully, and changed her dress. Presently, Store Hans saw her walking down the road. Beret's early appearance at the VIII that morning, and her request to have a word alone with Sorin, greatly discomfited the other woman. What was up today? She wondered. Beret looked as though she had just come from some strenuous work. Her face was blowsy and puffed. Sorin asked her to be seated. No, Beret could not stay. I was going to see you on your way last night, and could not. Now you better come with me. Her voice sounded peculiarly strained. Sorin looked at her bewildered. In silence the two women left the house, walked down the yard. Down the road a little way, Beret stopped. I only wanted to say that I think you better say yes. Bending low, she sorted out and pulled up a long grass, which she began drawing through her fingers. But I warn you to be careful. Not all can handle tambourla. I'm convinced of that, she added, her voice unusually soft and kind. Sorin was crying, not knowing that she did so. How fine of Beret to come and tell her this. 10. During the week immediately preceding confirmation, Reverend Gabrielson held private conferences at the vestry with each catechumen, in order, as he explained to the parents, to give a word of counsel to each, just as he was about to set out on life's journey. The innovation caused much favorable comment among the parishioners. Commendable indeed that he took such interest in the young people. Before the week was over, however, ominous mutterings arose, because with some of the youngsters it didn't take long to tell them what they ought to know about life, while with the others the minister would need a whole hour, or even more. Why didn't he portion out his good counsel equally? He wasn't showing partiality, was he? They weren't used to such. America was a land of equal opportunity. They would stand for no caste system here. But the festivities over, that kind of talk soon died down. The exercises went off in fine shape, the church was packed full, and the catechumens acquitted themselves in a most creditable manner. 2 boys were catechized in the English language, which procedure the most up-to-date in the congregation hailed with much satisfaction. Peder was to be at the vestry at 9 o'clock Thursday morning. So far Beret had kept silent concerning what had happened the night after the shingling. Since then she had gone about her work low-spirited and taciturn, weighing many sober thoughts. But Wednesday evening, all their work done, she asked Peder to go with her up to the Indian Hill. She hadn't seen the place all summer, she said, and tonight the weather was so beautiful. The boy gave her a look and went with her. I must have forgotten how lovely it is up here, she remarked soberly, and sat down on the bench. Peder, hands in his pockets, stood a little way off, gazing out into the dreamy prairie evening. The mother spoke again, her voice low and very grave. Tomorrow morning he was to meet the minister, and on Sunday next he would meet one still higher. On that day he was to stand in the presence of God, there to renew his baptismal covenant. Footnote. The 3 questions which at confirmation in this particular Lutheran synod were asked of each catechumen: Dost thou renounce the devil and all his works and all his ways? Dost thou believe in God the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost? Wilt thou by the grace of God continue steadfast in this covenant of thy baptism even unto the end? End of footnote. Had he given proper thought to what that meant? Did he feel himself prepared for the solemn hour? The awful holiness of it was terrible to face, yet it would be the sweetest experience of his life. Peder was trying not to pay more attention to her talk than he had to. Over against the skyline to the east, the landscape was fast being enveloped in a haze of purpling dusk. The gray, unpainted church spire could no longer be seen. The edifice itself lay there like a huge white boulder. Looking long and hard, he thought he could distinguish the tower, too. He had not answered his mother. Now she resumed her admonitions, and in the same restrained and deeply serious manner. For none of her other children had she borne so much anxiety. His father had early been taken away. In many ways she might have acted unwisely, though she never had had aught but his own welfare in mind. Peder began to feel the effect of her mood. Wanting to wrench himself loose from it, he called her attention to how strikingly the wheel of the windmill resembled a white wreath against the sky of the evening. "What?" she cried out in dismay. How could he be so worldly-minded? Her seriousness deepened, took on a still more somber tone. He mustn't mind these things now, but come and sit down by her in order that they might prepare themselves. Peder came closer, but remained standing. Was he ready to make that sacred covenant with God? Ah, as much as the rest of them, he supposed. Her disquieting sadness was hard to resist, despite his efforts. She was concerned about him now. The others must answer for themselves. Sunday he would partake of the Lord's Supper, eat the true body of Christ and drink of his holy blood. He remembered, did he not, God's condemnation upon those who ate and drank unworthily? After a pause she continued. He had been away from home a good deal of late, and had been experiencing many things. If for any reason he felt that he could not give God his promise and partake of Holy Communion, they had better postpone his confirmation another year. Beret, getting up and coming close to him, did what she had not done for years. She put her arm about his shoulder, and for the first time realized that he was much taller than herself. Here she was, standing beside a grown man. Peder turned his face away from her. Her voice sank very low, because pitifully entreating. Peder could hear how hard she strove to keep back the tears. What you were up to the night you were out with that Doheny girl, I don't know. It certainly looks strange to me. Pray God you kept yourself away from wickedness. Never since the time your father disappeared have I felt such anguish. Beret had to pause in order to steady herself. Little did I dream that any of mine would take to fooling with the Irish in that way. I had to speak to you about it before you meet the minister tomorrow. If you have anything on your conscience, you must confess it before it is too late. Peder stood there, burning with shame. How could she have found it out? When his mother spoke again, it was about another matter, and now she could no longer hold back the tears. You're a grown man, Permand. I want you to think seriously about what I have said. If the day should come that you get yourself mixed up with the Irish, then you will have lost your mother. That I could not live through. Peder started to walk away, but stopped. It wouldn't do to leave her thus. Promise me to remember what I've told you, she pleaded beseechingly. Peder walked on, saying nothing, his mother following. To him the distance down to the house seemed endless. When Peder the next morning appeared in the vestry, the minister's face looked more sober than usual, but his voice had its habitual cheerfulness. About you, my good Peder, I am sure I need have no fear, the minister began as Peder stood before him. You are, without exception, the brightest young man I have ever confirmed. I want you to realize what extraordinary gifts God has given you. Remember to thank him for them when on Sunday you come into his presence. Peder dropped into the chair standing by the table. The minister, regarding him affectionately, went on, I've mentioned the idea before, and I want to take this opportunity to speak to you about it again. You must consecrate your life to the Lord. Nothing is more beautiful. If you want an abundant life, you will find it in his service. The Israelites used to set aside their most gifted sons for the priesthood, while they were as yet only little children. Your father could not do that for you. Now I want to do it in his stead. Reverend Gabrielson came around the table and laid his hand paternally on Peder's head. The boy had crossed his arms on the table. At the touch of the minister's hand he buried his head in the fold of his arms and broke into a paroxysm of crying. The outburst was so unexpected that Reverend Gabrielson had to blow his nose violently. Don't cry about that, my young friend. It may indeed be that at first God's call seems dismal, but once you, out of a willing heart, are heeding it, you will understand that by surrendering your life you regain it tenfold. Would that my pastor on the day of my confirmation had done as much for me. Then I should have been spared much sin and much sorrow. Until Sunday, try to live in these thoughts. As he spoke these words, he patted Peder lovingly. Upon his return, both Anna Marie and his mother wanted to know how he had got along today, what he had been quizzed on, and what the minister had said. He had been gone a long time. But Peder would give them no satisfaction, either then or later. He kept himself out of their way as much as he could, and had little to say. Most of all, he took care not to be left alone with his mother. The following 2 nights he sat up very late. Beret felt certain he was reading. The occasional scraping of his foot told her so. Saturday night he was sitting up even later than usual. The mother finally got so tired of waiting for him to go to bed that she dozed off. Sunday morning, when she came upstairs to wake him and wish him God's blessing on the day, she found him lying on the bed, wide awake and fully dressed. She gained the impression that he hadn't slept at all, and felt quite alarmed. Wasn't he feeling well? Yes. Peder turned his face to the wall. Couldn't he sleep nights? She came over to the bed and patted him on the cheek. Peder did not answer, only lay there immovable. Beret left the room quite assured that now a higher power was grappling with her boy. Bright, beautiful day. The church proved altogether too small to hold all who flocked to services that Sunday morning. This was Reverend Gabrielson's first confirmation in St. Luke's. People came from far and wide, both to hear him and to visit friends who had children that were being confirmed. Several of the Bethel people were here also. They had come early and had taken seats in the rear in order not to deprive any member of the congregation of his place. They wouldn't think of such a thing. Not for all the world would they get in the way of anyone seeking God's house. But after all the pews were packed and people jammed the aisles down the whole length of the church, they continued to sit, not wanting to cause disturbance by getting up and leaving. The catechizing went off like a pleasant game. The minister's beaming countenance, his friendliness and easy manner, inspired such confidence in the catechumens that they couldn't help answering his questions. As the questions proceeded, the listeners marveled more and more at the unusual cleverness of that boy of Mrs. Holmes. Whenever someone got stuck on some intricate problem in theology, the minister, smiling confidently, would turn to Peder, and straightway the answer came in a clear, deep voice that could be heard throughout the whole church. But then, of course, Mrs. Holm had waited until he was grown up. They must not forget that. Some were actually embarrassed at seeing a grown man stand there among the children. But when Peder stood before the altar, and the minister put the 3 questions to him, the boy never uttered a sound. His failure to answer didn't, however, seem to disturb the minister in the least. Merely shortening the pause between each question, he went on with the ceremony. He had had similar experiences before, and this particular confirmand he knew he could vouch for. But people in the front pews had noticed what was happening. This certainly was queer procedure both on the part of the minister and the boy. In one of the front pews sat Beret, eagerly awaiting this solemn moment. She had rejoiced at the thought of hearing Peder's clear voice in the answers, because that would give her the assurance she so sorely needed. And now not a word came from him. The room went black before her eyes, and the church began to heave like a boat in a heavy sea. Suddenly her attention was arrested by the expression in his face. Peder, getting up from his knees before the altar, was staggering and had to grab hold of the rail to steady himself. His features, drawn and haggard, looked like those of one in terrible pain. The instant he reached his seat, he collapsed in a faint. Store Hans hurried to get water for him. Considerable commotion arose on account of it. The minister had to wait a while before he could go on. As soon as they had reached home after the long services, Peder went right to bed. His mother came up, and sitting down on the edge of the bed began talking to him, long and earnestly. But she could elicit no other answer than that there was nothing the matter with him. Just a little dizzy, that was all. When supper time came, he got up and ate with the rest of them, afterwards helping with the chores. These done, he went straight up to his room. Tonight, as usual whenever the boys were out late, Beret was lying awake waiting for them. Ola came home early, but Store Hans didn't return until midnight, the clock striking 12 just as he entered the house. Then she dozed off at once. Beret had lost much sleep of late. She had not been asleep long before she began struggling back to consciousness, without reaching it at once. A dream would not release her. A great bird kept circling over her head, flapping its wings. She couldn't see it, only heard the beating in the air. It was the effort to account for the strange phenomenon which brought her to. And then she heard footsteps. Someone came stealing down the stairs, descending so quietly that she had to strain her ears to catch the sound of the steps. "That's Permand. I can tell it by his walk," she said to herself. She heard him stop for a moment in the kitchen, and then hurry out. In a twinkling she got out of bed, slipped on a dress, and was out on the porch. Stood there listening, looking out into the quiet night. The moonlight almost blinded her. Judging by the position of the moon, it must be long past midnight. Where could he have gone? There. She caught sounds coming from the barn. What could the boy be doing there now? A terrible fear clutching at her heart, she hurried across the yard, stopped in front of the barn door, peering in through the dark. Someone was within. The next instant Peder emerged from one of the stalls, leading a horse which he had bridled after him. The boy was dressed in his working clothes, the first thing she noticed about him, and carried a bundle under his arm. The moonlight falling upon him revealed to Beret the palest face she had ever seen. "Bermond," she called hoarsely. The boy stood still a moment, facing her, his features contorted. Muttering something which to her sounded like a curse, he led the horse back into the barn. His mother came after him into the stall, got hold of his arm and shook him. "What in the world are you up to, I ask?" Peder gave her a shove that sent her reeling. "I was only going out for a little ride," he said huskily, passed her, and walked out. End of Chapter 3, The Eyes That Did Not See, Part 4. Chapter 4, Part 1, of Peder Victorious by O.E. Rølvaag, translated by O.E. Rølvaag and Nora Solem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Song of the Shulamite, Part 1. 1. The air was electric, with stir and excitement of many kinds. Even the incredible happened. God tempered the minds and bended the hearts of men in 3 different synods until they flowed together like brooklets, and the United Norwegian Lutheran Church of America was established. Footnote. The 3 synods referred to were the Anti-Missourian Brotherhood, the Norwegian-Danish Conference, and the Norwegian Augustana Synod. End of footnote. The most important event in the history of the Norwegian people in this country, declared the large majority of those who became its members. Press and pulpit alike proclaimed it, and upright men thanked God with fervent hearts for the great good he had let come to pass among his people. St. Luke's and Bethel were now members of the same church body. Still, they stubbornly continued apart. But Reverend Gabrielson was not dismayed. He beamed with satisfaction over the happy outcome of events, rubbing his hands in anticipation of all the good to come. Here they could see, he said, what happened when people earnestly wanted that which was right in the sight of the Lord. 'Twouldn't be long now before the other synods would also fall in line. No, not very long. For who could resist the visitation of the Lord? Just wait until the new synod adopted the English language and became a truly American church. And give the Bethel people time, my good folks, give them time. We shall, by the grace of God, rejoice in a victory here too. Stirring times politically as well. The year of Peder's confirmation saw the admission of South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, and Washington to the Union. The year following, that of Wyoming and Idaho. No less than 6 new states now lay beckoning neath the western sky. Contrary to expectation, the division of Dakota Territory caused no great excitement. Why oppose it? It would have to come sooner or later anyway. That had long been apparent. People had already talked themselves weary of the subject. Besides, there were more interesting matters in the air. Joyous tidings kept floating in from the vast empires to the west. Montana was altogether a more beautiful country than either of the Dakotas. Who had ever heard of such fertility? The merest whiff of the soil out there would send the seed wheat sprouting in the sacks. And no winter to speak of, nor as much as a sign of tornadoes in summer. Just beyond Montana lay Washington. If one didn't find Montana to his liking, he could move on to that Eden, a veritable Norway, with ocean, mountains, and fishing, and all manner of fruit. Man alive, you never saw the beat. The Dakotas were full of nothing but ignorant old cranks anyway, who simply could not see farther than their own noses. People here had no idea of progress. Plague take it, why slave and never get anywhere? There were many, young people mostly, who, when spring came, would rig up a schooner and hold the course on Sunset Land. Occasionally there were old-timers, disgruntled, sucking comfortless pipes, unhappy because no amount of liniment, applied externally or taken internally, availed against rheumatism, who would begin to sniff the air and stare into the west until they caught enchanted visions, especially on evenings when the twilight fell clear and dreaming. Before you knew it, they too had found company and were off. What would a poor devil stay on here for? No, topics for conversation were not wanting when neighbor met neighbor. During the spring of the year following South Dakota's admission to statehood, an epidemic of matrimony began to break out among the settlers in the Spring Creek district. One of the first to succumb was Ola Holm. That winter, a sister of Mrs. Sam Solom's had come out from Minnesota, eager to see the wonders of the West. Her name was Randy. She was a light-hearted, fun-loving lass, liking best to be where people laughed, because then she could join in. At a social in the Tollickson schoolhouse one evening, it happened that Ola Holm bought her basket. Thereby the madness started. Before the summer was very far spent, Ola and Randy went to the minister and got married. Only their 2 witnesses had been present at the ceremony. Because they had had no wedding celebration, the young men in the neighborhood had been greatly disappointed, feeling themselves cheated of the fun to which they were by right entitled. After dark on the wedding evening, a boisterous crowd gathered in front of the bridal house to serenade the couple, using old boilers, tin cans, dishpans, rolling pins, and what-not for instruments. The racket was so fiendish that the bridegroom was forced to hand them enough money for a keg of beer. After that there was peace again. The gossips were much concerned about how Beret Holm would take this blow. Her son's marriage had certainly come off in a hurry. Nor did Ola's going to his brother-in-law's to live lessen their curiosity. Some laid the blame to Randy. On the day after the marriage she paid her mother-in-law a visit, and on that occasion used her eyes well. The place gave her the impression of boredom. Nobody laughed, and no one seemed to have much to say. The welcome she got was considerably less cordial than a daughter had a right to expect. Nor had the son been received any more warmly. Beret scarcely spoke 10 words to them all the while they were there. But what offended Randy most of all was that her mother-in-law had not so much as congratulated them. She had been downright rude. On the way home, Randy cried a great deal and vowed that never again would she set foot in that house. Ola put his arm around her and tried to laugh it away, assuring her that she didn't know his mother. The marriage had come upon her too suddenly, that was all. Mother would be all right, as soon as she had had a little time to think the matter over. They mustn't let her attitude mar their happiness. Even a sod hut would look good to him, as long as he had her at his side. Ola pretended a good deal more happiness than he actually felt. Ola continued living at his brother-in-law's. That fall, the 2 men, in the hope of making big money, went partners in a threshing machine, and were out threshing as long as the season lasted. But in the spring they rigged up a covered wagon, filled it with household goods, bade their wives climb in, and bidding Dakota goodbye, took a westerly course, and were gone. The following Christmas, Sorin and Tambarola were married. The wedding was a quiet affair, only the nearest neighbors being invited. Beret Holm came and helped with the dinner, but she left early. Her health had not been good all year, though not alarming. She had managed her work as usual. As a wedding gift, she took Sorin a beautiful hand-knit bedspread. She had wrought it herself, and it had taken her a whole year. The sight of the gift made Sorin speechless. At the time Beret had started hers, Sorin had begun one of her own just like it. To start with, they had competed, but after a while Sorin had given up, because she was not equal to sitting up at night. If she hadn't known Beret so well, she would have believed that she was trying to humiliate her. The following May, Stora Hans and Sophie were married. People whose habit it is to keep tabs on such matters looked wise and marked the month, an unusual time to get married. Hans might at least have waited until the spring work was done. One didn't marry in May, except for very good reasons. The wedding was held at Sorin's place. Many guests were present, but cheer seemed to be wanting. Efforts to enliven the crowd only provoked forced laughter. The men sat around moody and out of sorts. It had never happened before at any wedding in this neighborhood that the guests were not offered so much as a glass of beer. That was the doing of the groom, so it was whispered. Tonston felt so mortally offended at the treatment that he went straight home to bed. Never could he have believed it possible that any boy of Per Hansa's would turn out to be such a stingy gut. No, sir, that he couldn't. The mothers-in-law, who knew what was proper among decent folk, weren't one whit better. What will become of us anyway? Towards evening, Tonston got up and went back. He had happened to remember a bottle he had standing in the barn, one that Kirsty knew nothing about. He took the bottle with him. Perhaps he, for Per Hansa's sake, had better play the good host at this wedding feast. During the summer, the new couple lived at Beret's, but that fall, as soon as the harvest was done, they moved to Sam Solom's farm. An intimate friendship had sprung up between Stora Hans and Sam in the early part of the spring. Sam had proposed to Stora Hans that he take his farm. He might have it all: buildings, implements, stock, Everything just as it stood, providing he would run it for 3 years exactly as though it were his own. Every cent he made he could have, except that he must pay the taxes and keep the place in repairs. If Sam didn't return before the end of 3 years, Hans was to have an option on the place at $20 an acre. This offer was so exceptional that Hans felt he could not afford to turn it down. Before Sam left, the two went to an attorney and a contract was drawn up. Beret knew nothing about the transaction until some time after it had been made. One drear day in March, before the marriage, she went into the granary where Hans was winnowing seed wheat. Their wheat last summer had been more weedy than usual, which she laid to the boys not having taken time enough with the fanning the previous spring. Today she herself intended to make sure that the mill was working right. Her coming on that errand didn't please Hans exactly. She might have had that much confidence in him. For a while little was said. Leaning against the edge of the bin, he told her about his contract with Sam. His words came slowly and hesitatingly, as was always the case whenever he had anything serious on his mind. Beret, having removed one of the screens from the mill, held it up to the light to examine it, after which she replaced it carefully, without looking at Hans. She said not a word. "She's taking it ill," he concluded, "just as I feared she would. She ought to understand that a fellow has to set up for himself sometime. Ola would hardly have played that trick if she had given him more tether from the start. Now he has struck out for himself, the devil only knows where. Why need she feel so hurt over this? He had negotiated an important transaction all by himself, and had made an exceptionally fine deal. Why should that make her angry?" He went over to the mill and poured wheat into it, but waited a while before setting it in motion. Beret had gone to the doorway and stood looking out across the yard. After a while she spoke in a quiet voice, difficult to hear above the hum of the mill. "Did he intend to get married this year?" "He guessed so. He and Sophie had been talking about it." "When?" Beret continued to stare out upon the gloomy day. "In May sometime." Hans pulled hard at the mill. "In May? So they thought." Beret's next question came from far away. "Why such hurry?" "Oh, nothing particular." "Couldn't they wait until fall?" "No." Hans was turning as fast as the mill would go. Beret waited until the mill was empty and then asked, in a voice still hollower and more colorless, "Did they intend to move over to Sam's place right away?" "He couldn't say just yet. They'd have to see," Hans replied, quietly, and came back to the bin after more grain. He had decided to hire a man for the summer. One would hardly be enough for the harvest, but they'd have to manage somehow. She must not think that he didn't intend to help with the work at home, even though he was starting up for himself. This last remark he wasn't sure she had heard, for when he glanced up from the bin, she was gone. That fall, when Hans moved to the other farm, rumor had it that his wife and her mother-in-law couldn't get along together. However that may have been, in the early part of November, Sophie gave birth to a fine boy, who was given the name Henry Percival after the grandfathers. At the christening party, Tonston remarked gloomily that weddings and christenings were coming so thick and fast these days that he and his wife would land in the poorhouse if they had to attend them all. What a terrible mistake he had made by giving up his office. If he had had that job now, he could have become rich just by marrying people. Now, Soreen, you listen to me. If yours is a boy, you've got to name him for me. The kid won't regret it, I don't think." Beret had witnessed the christening in church, but to the party at Hans afterwards she would not go. She left as soon as the services were over and went straight home. At dinner she was unusually talkative and loud-voiced, touching now upon one subject, now upon another, and laughing nervously. She couldn't bear a moment's quiet in the room, it seemed. Peder and his sister exchanged looks, wondering what could be wrong again. Upon leaving the table she asked what the child's second name was. She didn't hear it very well. Did they remember it? Anna-Marie told her the name, which only excited her the more, her voice growing louder, her thoughts seeming to move in a circle, like one who sees the incredible, sees it unmistakably, refuses to believe his own eyes. Percival? What sort of name was that? What might it mean? Surely that wasn't a name for human beings. For whom could it be, anyway? "Can't you understand that it's for father?" said Peder disgustedly. "For father? Don't talk nonsense. You know very well your brother wouldn't make fun of a dead man. What do you think your father would have thought of it? I can't understand what Hans is thinking of." Without answering, Peder left the room in anger, and went to the barn to tend the horses. Beret kept on talking about the name. Was Anna Marie sure she had heard right? Sophie's doings, of course. Hans would never have ridiculed his father's name. After that, Beret never mentioned the matter. Whenever Peder and his sister went to visit at Hansa's, she would always remain at home. "I can go some other time," she would say. "We'd better not all leave the farm. Greet them for me." Upon their return, she would question them closely about how they all were, and most of all about the little boy, but she never called him by name. 2. The people of St. Luke's had to admit that the few dollars they had subscribed toward the purchase of a new horse and buggy for the minister was money well spent. Unlike his predecessor, who, like Jacob of old, had stayed quietly by the tent, Reverend Gabrielson could be found on the road at almost any time. A housewife could never know, except on Sunday mornings, when his beaming countenance might not appear in her doorway. And yet no one really minded his coming, because one could treat him to what there happened to be on hand, a piece of cake and a glass of milk for himself, a quart of cream or a jar of butter to take home for the family, and his face would shine with a pleasure as warm as sunshine. It was a matter of conviction with Reverend Gabrielson that if a minister of the gospel is to win people, he must go out into the highways and the byways, meet them on their own level, and let them feel how sincerely he wished them well. The preaching was only secondary. And no one could deny that the man had been endowed with a most extraordinary gift for talking to people. His tolerance and patience were unusual. If one opposed his measures or gave him a malicious dig, he would ordinarily let it pass unnoticed. Easy nowadays to be a servant of the Lord. The prophets of old had been stoned. Somehow, no matter how cheerless the place, he succeeded in leaving a ray of sunshine. Whenever he passed that way and could spare the time, he would stop in at Beret Holm's, and he never came away empty-handed. No one knew better than he what a generous woman Mrs. Holm was. Her early aloofness had not disquieted him much. He knew the cause, and so he never mentioned the subject again. In time, that matter would take care of itself. He knew the younger generation. All the same, it was a bit provoking to see sensible people display so little intelligence. Had the Norwegians from the first had the foresight to found a church in the language of the country, the work for the kingdom of God would have prospered far more, and all the lamentable schism could have been avoided. Just so they didn't continue the Norwegian until they alienated their own children from the church. The language of the older people was no longer that of the young. A striking example of that was in this very house. The two children always spoke English to him, and yet there was not a more intelligent woman in the whole congregation than Beret Holm. The better he learned to know her, the more he admired her uncommon astuteness. In her quiet manner she might say only a few words, yet the homely figure contained in them would shed a white light on the subject under discussion. The way she was managing her farm was the marvel of the community. He often heard it said that she was the most prosperous member of the congregation. Whether that was true or not, he knew that she was contributing more to the different activities of the church than anyone else. Beret's knowledge of the Word of God was nothing short of phenomenal. Her habitual sadness, therefore, Reverend Gabrielson was at a loss to explain, and he tried in many ways to make her realize the sweet joyousness of being a child of God. But he might have spared himself the effort. The moment he began on that subject, Beret would grow strangely reticent. At such times, though she said very little, he would somehow get the impression that she was listening to him with forbearance, just as one does to a person who talks about matters he doesn't understand, and whom, on that account, it is idle to gainsay. Once during a conversation she had remarked quietly, as though reflecting aloud to herself, that he who wished to find out about a certain road had better inquire of one who had traveled it often. She had noticed that the lamb must go down on its knees when it wanted to suck. For a while the minister had sat clutching his beard, utterly baffled, and then had asked in a kindly voice if she hadn't also noticed how the lamb would skip and play afterwards. Indeed she had, she answered in a voice as even as gentle as his own, but did he think it was the skipping, or was it the milk which was making it strong? Thereupon she had left him. To the minister it almost seemed that she actually called his Christianity in question. Aside from wishing to speak a comforting word to Mrs. Holm and perhaps get a little butter and cream wherewith to help feed the many hungry mouths he had at home, Reverend Gabrielson had another purpose for these visits. Never before had the church seen such golden opportunity. Now came the problem of finding suitable workers, and in this house lived the young man whom he had chosen to fill his place in the ministry. The mother could well afford to give him the necessary education. God willing, his hopes would be realized. Notwithstanding his optimism, during the past year his hopes had often been darkened by ominous clouds. Since Peder's confirmation, the minister had found it increasingly difficult to keep his hold on the boy. Every time he dropped in to see the family, the boy studiously avoided him. If the minister stayed for a meal, Peder either did not come in at all, or else maintained a dogged silence throughout, eating hurriedly and leaving as soon as he was through. When the minister was ready to leave, Peder was nowhere to be seen. At first the boy's peculiar behavior hadn't particularly worried Reverend Gabrielson. Only natural for a boy to act that way. We must give him time to find himself. Of his ultimate decision there can be no doubt. But the boy's attendance at Sunday Bible hours had grown more and more irregular. Finally he'd stopped coming altogether. One Sunday the minister had invited Beret and the 2 children to dinner, but Peder did not come. He had promised to go elsewhere, the mother explained. Above all else, it alarmed Reverend Gabrielson that Peder was often the subject of much gossip. Some said he was developing into a reckless sort of fellow, both in speech and in actions. Others reported having seen him in a saloon. At a beer party at Tollickson's he had drunk more than he could stand. The party had become rowdyish, a brawl had threatened, and Peder was said to have been the cause. This incident in particular gave Reverend Gabrielson much concern. As the pastor of the Holm family, he could not let the matter pass, and made up his mind to speak to both mother and son about it. It ended, however, by his saying nothing to either of them. If Mrs. Holm did not know about it, then why grieve her by telling her? And Peder, he didn't find at home when he called. But Tonston had been mentioned in connection with the affair. Why not find out from him just what had taken place? This the minister set out to do. And to his great relief it wasn't so bad after all. Peder came indeed to appear almost heroic. "Yes, you see," related Tonston dramatically, "'twas all the fault of one of them blamed loose-tongued Tollickson boys who got Peder mad by twitting him on account of being such a good friend of the minister and wanting to know if it was true that he knew the Bible by heart and was going to be a preacher. Well, you see, Peder had got a bit riled, and had just up and defended his faith, kinda. That was about the way it had begun. Peder maintained he had a perfect right to become whatever he pleased without asking anybody about it. One word had led to another. Certainly no one could call it a fight. And they certainly hadn't been drunk, far from it. Sakes alive, how in the world could a dozen men have got drunk on one measly little pony keg?" he exclaimed heatedly. "Shameful of people to talk that way." Tonston forgot to mention the fact that there had been a stout portion of whiskey mixed with the beer. But that didn't worry the minister, since he hadn't heard about it. He concluded that the story had been grossly exaggerated, and went on talking companionably to Tonston about the disgrace of such parties, in which view the other concurred most earnestly. The minister had gone away greatly relieved. That had happened the previous fall. This spring other troubles had arisen to worry him. Without conferring either with him or with anyone else, the Bethel congregation had called a minister from another synod. Michael Bakken was a very handsome young man just out of the seminary. His personality was so winning that people liked him the moment he shook hands with them. Being unmarried, he had plenty of time to visit his parishioners. Before long he was to be seen on the road quite as frequently as Reverend Gabrielson himself. Reverend Bakken was especially zealous in his work for the young people. It was really amazing what interest and enthusiasm he could stir up. Within a short time he had a young people's society going, the time of whose meeting coincided exactly with Reverend Gabrielson's Bible hour. The young people themselves furnished the programs. Some would sing or read selections. Others would give declamations they remembered from their school days, while the minister himself would give a short talk, in Norwegian, on great men and notable events in American history. After the program, light refreshments were served, and then the members, in accordance with the Constitution, were permitted to play godly games. In addition, a choir was started, whose appearance on every program greatly increased the popularity of the meetings. Perfectly amazing the amount of latent talent among the young people. These affairs soon drew large crowds. That other young people besides those in Bethel enjoyed them, Reverend Gabrielson did not need to be told, it being altogether too apparent from the size of the crowd which now attended his own gatherings. The older people came as before, but fewer and fewer of the young. Tired and discouraged he would go home, not knowing how to attack the evil. New brooms always sweep clean in the beginning, he reflected, trying to comfort himself. It won't be long before the glamour of this thing will be gone. It's too superficial to last. Not that he wasn't being kept informed about what was going on. Only the other day a woman had come to him greatly concerned because sin was getting the upper hand among the young people. Had the minister heard that that boy of Mrs. Holmes, who was supposed to become a minister, had actually joined the Bethel choir? It could hardly be his eagerness for religion which was prompting him, more likely that Miriam of Nils Nilsson's. Perhaps he hadn't heard that Peder was out with her both night and day. Hard to tell how the affair would turn out, but if one listened to what people said, the preacher over there was in love with the girl himself. The woman talked long and was much disturbed about the irresponsible behavior of the young. Reverend Gabrielson felt it his pastoral duty to try to console her. It was only natural for young people to become interested in each other. Such was the law of life. And certainly the Lord could make a fine minister's wife out of a daughter of Nils Nilsson. He had shown himself capable of doing things much more difficult than that. This attitude in one who was supposed to be the shepherd of a flock struck the woman as being extremely light-minded. But the cheerfulness Reverend Gabrielson affected greatly belied his feelings. Not for anything in the world, he felt, must Peder become interested in girls at this critical time of his life. How unpardonably stupid of him not to have insisted that Mrs. Holmes send the boy to school last fall. Least of all would he have suspected the Holmes of disloyalty. On the very next afternoon he was on his way to Mrs. Holmes. Before leaving he told his family not to expect him home to supper. The minister found Beret alone in the dairy, skimming cream. Greeting her pleasantly, he went straight to his errand. What had she decided about sending Peder away to school next fall? They really ought to settle the matter now, for he would like to write to the school at once and have Peder enrolled. What did she say to it? At first Beret didn't say very much. Reaching up on the shelf for an empty gallon pail, she filled it with cream and, handing it to him, bade him take it home. The minister smiled and thanked her. But that wasn't his errand today. Had she discussed seriously with Peder the matter of going to school? No, she couldn't say that she had exactly. But didn't she feel it her duty to do so? He inquired kindly. These were dangerous years for the boy. Associating with the young people he had grown up with might easily sidetrack him. Would the danger be less away from home? Well, certainly. The minister waxed eager. There could be no doubt about it. Remarkable what influence Christian teachers exerted upon young minds. It was precisely that influence which would make Peder surrender to the call. Beret walked over to the water tank and sat down on the edge of it, her face looking worn and very tired. A strong light falling on it revealed to the minister that she had aged perceptibly during the last couple of years. At once he felt impelled to say something comforting to her, but the right words wouldn't come, as had happened many times before, whenever she looked at him thus. Her will did not count for much in the matter, she supposed. A strange bitterness was in her voice. When she continued, she looked straight into the minister's eyes. If it was God's will that Peder be a minister, he would, she supposed, find a way. She had noticed that the chick would always find its way out, even though the shell was ever so solid, when the time came. The boy was now grown up and would have to decide the question for himself. Beret lapsed into silence, pressing plates in her apron. She has more to say, the minister reflected, and waited for her. The plates properly straightened out again, she began to speak, but now about a different matter. She had seen in the papers that the church was now establishing homes for the aged, possible perhaps for old worn-out men and women to wear away their last days in an institution like that. Yes, it might be, though a big barn full of old decrepit cows would hardly give one much of either joy or beauty. Beret put marked emphasis on the two words he had so often used in speaking to her. Queer sort of charity, it seemed to her. When people got too old to work and were only in the way, they were to be torn loose from everything they had grown attached to and carted off to some institution for safekeeping. The members of the church need only give a few pennies yearly to such institutions. Thereby they'd fulfill the commandment of love. Easy nowadays to be a Christian. Could that be what Christ had meant by charity? Beret relapsed into silence while she worked with the folds of her apron. The minister, much perturbed by her unreasonableness, explained earnestly and kindly to her. That wasn't what he had meant at all. She wouldn't need to sell the farm in order to send Peder to school. Hans could move back on the home farm. And what about her other son out in Montana? They must not forget Christ's parable about the marriage of the king's son. Beret rose hurriedly, began stacking the pails together, and was about to go out. Stopping in the doorway, she turned on him agitatedly. You ministers have a mania for meddling in things you don't understand. It seems to me," there was a catch in her voice, "if you really loved mankind, you'd hardly act the way you do." Beret left the dairy, but after a little while she reappeared in the door, and then she seemed quite calm. "You'd better come into the house and wait. Peder will soon be home, and you'll have a chance to speak to him yourself." Thereupon she left him. Utterly bewildered, the minister could only stare after her and stroke his beard upward till his mouth was full. Mrs. Holm was attempting to reason about matters she did not in the least understand. He would have to do his duty by her better than he had in the past. That was quite evident. He must guide and instruct her, show her the way. She was too old-fashioned in her views. The minister paced up and down in the yard. But how to handle her? She was immovable, like a stone wall. These old Norwegians were sometimes very difficult to deal with. What could a farm matter in comparison with having her son ordained for the holy ministry? So little, seemingly, did she understand God's will, despite her great intelligence. Peder stretched his day in the field. Beret and Anna-Marie had already done the milking and all the other evening chores, except tending the horses. The sun was making ready to slip below the rim of the prairie. Over the farm, twilight was fast deepening. Blithely humming a tune, Peder rode into the yard, leading the other horse by the bridle. He suspected nothing of the presence of company until he caught sight of the new buggy over by the machine shed. On the instant his humming stopped, and with a sudden jerk he pulled his straw hat farther down over his forehead. The minister crossed the yard and greeted him warmly, inquired if he was busy with the corn these days, and whether he could make use of a first-class hired man. Peder answered curtly, his voice friendly but evasive, as if wanting to prevent too many questions. He took the horses to water, led them into the barn, and unharnessed them, the minister following and talking all the while. As soon as Peder was through, he came out into the passageway, ready to leave. The minister confronted him, and putting all his natural kindliness into his words, stated the errand on which he had come. "Tonight, Peder, I'm here to talk to you about a serious matter." "All right." Peder avoided the minister's face and waited for what would follow. "We'd better leave it until after supper. Your mother has asked me to stay." "I'm going out this evening," Peder said reticently, and continued to wait. "Are you out many evenings?" the minister inquired kindly, coming a little closer. The boy only gave a wry smile. "It's just this, you see, that now I want to write the president of the school and apply for your admission. You ought to get started next fall." "Any particular hurry?" Peder forgot himself and spoke Norwegian. "There certainly is," the minister assured him, continuing in English. "The sooner you go, the better. The longer you put it off, the more uncertain you become. That I can see clearly, and the harder it will be for you to break away. You're forming ties of one kind or another, which make it increasingly difficult for you to get loose. You remember the warning, 'No man, having put his hand to the plough and looking back, is fit for the kingdom of God.' Jesus knew whereof he spoke." Peder remembered that he must feed the horses before he left, and went up into the hayloft. While he was about it, he might as well give them their oats, too, then that job wouldn't delay him later on. When he returned, he found the minister still in the doorway, waiting for him. "We'd better go in," said Peder. "Mother will have supper waiting." "Let supper wait. I've had this matter on my mind since the day of your confirmation. Now I must speak to you about it." The minister spoke with kind eagerness. "I think I can understand your difficulties. Other interests are holding you back, and you don't seem to feel the call. Well, you see, that comes from your not understanding the true greatness of being a minister. But think of the blessed privilege of going about helping sinful human beings to become good. Perfect goodness is the aim and the end of all life, because goodness is the very essence of God. I want you to think on these things, Peder. Have you forgotten our many talks about the nature of God? Those were happy hours for me. You were so far ahead of all the others in understanding, could see right through the most difficult problems. Oh, I know that God has chosen you for his holy calling." The minister waxed warm with eloquence over the divine beauty of perfect goodness. "Man must be taught to understand that goodness and God are one. Then man will find it easy to serve him. Take your own mother, for example. If she could only understand that God is good, she would be infinitely more happy, and she would bear the cares of this life with a cheerful heart." Peder, having removed his broad-brimmed hat from his head, was slapping his leg with it. "Guess I got to hurry," he said quietly. "We better be going in." Again he was speaking Norwegian, which astonished the minister. "All right, then I'll write and say you're coming. The president is a good friend of mine. I know you'll like him." "We'll see about that later. I can't leave Mother now." Peder stepped aside so that he could pass by the minister and walked out of the barn. But in the yard he stopped to wait for him. The minister resumed the conversation, now more deadly in earnest. "I've already had a long talk with your mother about it, and she said I would have to speak to you." Peder walked on silently, the minister keeping step with him. "I don't get the impression that she's against your becoming a minister. In fact, I know she isn't. And now I'm going to see your brother right away and ask him to move back here as soon as you leave." "You better not," said Peder, his voice very low. "Why not? No one is nearer to it than he. You go about the business to which God has called you. Your brother takes charge of the home farm and cares for your mother in her old age. Thereby we are doing good all around." "I ask you not to meddle in this affair," said Peder doggedly, immediately quickening his steps so that the minister found it difficult to keep up with him. Beret was on the porch looking for them. Peder told them not to wait for him, went directly upstairs, and was gone a long time. When he came down, he was dressed in his Sunday clothes. Beret looked up at him. "Are you going out this evening?" "Guess so." Peder sat down and began to eat. Looking from one to the other, the minister was struck by the strong family resemblance in the little group. All three had the same fine, clear-cut features, the highly intelligent look, but in the faces of both mother and son there was an expression of reserve, almost of secretiveness, something that one couldn't get at, which was entirely lacking in the girl. Peder had matured considerably of late. That also the minister observed. No one seemed to have much to say after Peder had sat down. He felt it himself and began conversing with the minister, rather self-possessed and casually about everyday affairs, inquiring what people round about in the settlement were doing these days. The minister, having finished his meal, sat playing with his knife. "A good deal going on. That Bethel preacher had a remarkable gift for making things hum." The minister chuckled good-naturedly. In his voice was a teasing note. "I hear you're singing in his choir. I don't know that I like it exactly. Seems to me I ought to have the first claim on you. Not that I think there's anything wrong in what you're doing, don't misunderstand me. Sooner or later the people in these two congregations will have to begin working themselves into one. That will be your task when you take up your work as a minister here. After you're a student and come back here to teach our parochial school, you can take charge of our choir and assist me in preaching. Then we two will make things hum. I had no opportunities for choir work in my student days. That's because I got started too late." The color in Peder's face deepened perceptibly. "That'll hardly be here," he said. His voice had an odd ring in it. His eyes were fixed on his plate. "Why not?" asked the minister, unruffled. "I've been told that your father was one of the leaders in the land-taking out here. Could anything be more appropriate than that his son should become a spiritual pioneer in the great commonwealth of love, which is only another name for God's church on earth? Never, I tell you, has the outlook been as bright as now. Hence the importance of calling and preparing the right kind of leaders. That, too, I'm confident will be possible." The minister's face beamed with enthusiasm. Beret observed him quizzically. Was the man joking? He couldn't actually be that stupid. An amused smile crossed her face. She was about to speak, but thought better of it. Excusing himself, Peder got up from the table and prepared to leave. The minister also rose at once, went over to him, and grasped his hand. "I won't let you escape. I, too, resisted once. It has been the greatest regret of my life, and now I wish to spare you a similar mistake." He shook the hand he held heartily, but did not release it. "Looks that way, all right," said Peder, who was now laughing. 3. Peder had a young filly, Dolly by name, a beautiful animal that he loved dearly, having had her as his special pet ever since she was born. So attached were they to each other that the moment she heard his whistle she would come running to meet him, and would rub her head against his cheek, begging to be fondled. This spring he had broken her for driving, but she was still so high-spirited that neither his mother nor Anna Marie had dared risk her life in a buggy behind the filly. Tonight he flung the harness on Dolly and got her hitched in a hurry, keeping an eye on the house meanwhile, determined not to permit any further delay. Nevertheless, he took time to fold the buggy top clear down. Pleasant to feel the wash of the air flooding him like a bath. Tonight he was in need of some form of exhilaration. Peder jumped in and drove off. A peculiar state of excitement was upon him. Mysterious restlessness and vague nebulous thoughts played in his mood. Waves of strange emotions came and went. Up ahead of him in the road rattled a wagon. The noise jarred him. Cracking his whip, he sped by. "Whoa, whoa, not so fast there, Dolly. We'll get there on time, don't worry. She won't have gone off and left us, hardly." The horse fell into a canter. Peder stretched himself. Queer that they never could leave him alone. What did they want of him, anyway? He, a pioneer in the great commonwealth of love. The thought amused him. "Yeah, sure, you wait and see," he laughed to himself. "By and by I'll turn out to be a pretty decent sort of fellow." In order that he might get a chance to think better, he forced the horse into a walk. How stupid people are! And that Gabrielson! When it comes right down to it, he has less brains than the rest. How much does he sense of all that lies round about here dreaming and wanting to be awakened, he, a man with 11 kids and red whiskers? Peder laughed aloud to himself. Sheer twaddle, his talk about God. It simply didn't hang together at all. Bet he could stick him on it. Hadn't he done so many times already? To teach people to be good. How disgustingly sweet and sickening. Just what did he mean by being good? People sitting prettily at home folding their hands? To stand there year in and year out, preaching to people on a subject he didn't know the first thing about. Was that a man's job? Just suppose that all should become like Gabrielson. What would life be worth then? "A little faster there, Dolly, old girl." Only a low whistle from Peder, and immediately the horse broke into a run. The speed tugged at his spirits and roused them. No, sir, rather would he like to turn the whole prairie topsy-turvy, take people by the neck and compel them to sing. By Jove, that would be a man's job. Because God was power. Yes, and then that other thing, too. Peder lost himself in reverie. People were talking about him, hey? And they had gone to the minister? And now Gabrielson was wanting to get him off to school and make a preacher of him. Just let him try it. A free country for a free people, Tonston always insisted. Becoming aware that the horse was barely ambling along, brought Peder to. He cracked his whip, and Dolly started off at a gallop, which put an end to his musings. On and on through the dark he sped. The vigor of the life bearing him forward filled him with strength. His courage seemed to soar on wings. A while later he drove up to the door at Nils Nilsson's, ran up on the porch, the reins still in his hands, and rapped on the door. The door opened, and a half-grown boy stood full in the light from within. Seeing who it was, the boy came out and closed the door after him. "Miriam gone yet?" "No, not yet." "Say, Gabriel, you go in and tell her I'm here, and then I'll hire you for a whole season's threshing when I get a rig." "Are you going to get one?" "Maybe. Hustle up now." Peder patted the boy on the shoulder and then sprang up into the buggy again. Over in the yard a little way he stopped and waited. After a few minutes, Miriam came out. In a low voice she said good evening and stepped into the buggy. Peder put the robe around her knees, taking great pains to tuck it in snugly, and made use of the opportunity to pat her a little. Miriam pushed his hand aside. "What's the matter?" Peder laughed jokingly, and quit. "You're late tonight." "Yes, so I am." His words rang self-assurance. "I've got a lot to tend to, I want you to know." "You ought to get yourself a hired man." "Oh, ought I now?" he teased teasingly. "I'd much rather have a hired girl." He tried to put his arm around her neck. A tussle ensued. Miriam was strong, but this time he was determined to have his way. Dolly, hearing the disturbance in the dark, became nervous. If Peder hadn't got hold of the reins and talked soothingly to her, she would have run away. When he had succeeded in calming the horse, Miriam resumed the conversation as though nothing had happened. "Then you wouldn't have to work so hard." "The deuce with the work." Miriam could tell from the tone that he was out of humor, and turning to him and putting her hand on his arm, she said in a low, friendly voice, "Now you're mad again." "Mad? Who said I was mad?" And as if to convince her that she couldn't make him mad, he added indifferently, "To run a farm isn't any trick." "What made you so late, then?" "What made me late?" "Yes." Miriam was looking straight into his eyes, and Peder could feel how earnestly she was trying to make up again. I'm going to be a minister, if you've got to know it." She held back a moment. "You ought not to joke about such things." Her voice was very serious. "Should I weep, perhaps?" For some time Miriam did not answer him. "Now, you're mad. When you talk so frivolously. Is it frivolous to be a minister?" Peder was fast recovering his good humor. "You are joking. That isn't nice about such things." There lay a deep seriousness in Miriam's words. Peder, feeling how strongly she disapproved of what he had said, bristled instantly. "Let me tell you something," he announced with assumed indifference. "Preachers are fools." In spite of herself, Miriam had to laugh. "You mean Gabrielson?" "No, sir, I mean that fellow of yours." "He's a fine man," retaliated Miriam warmly. "Huh, fine. Perhaps he's been over to see you again?" "Yes," she replied wistfully. The thought seemed to be lingering. "Next thing I know, you'll have married him." "You are perfectly horrid tonight." "Horrid? You just wait till I get my hands on him." "If you aren't good, I'll have him take me home." Her words sounded dreamy, had more of earnest than of jest in them. "Suit yourself about that." Peder lashed the horse and drove so fast that Miriam had to hold on to her hat. On their arrival at John Bardson's, choir practice was in full swing. 4-part singing and strains of organ music came floating out through the open windows. Every now and then the singing would cease, and Reverend Bakken's animated voice could be heard directing. Occasionally he sang a few measures to demonstrate the tempo. Out in the yard stood a group of youths who were not taking part in the singing, some having brought a sister, others someone else's sister. Peder assisted Miriam to alight. For a moment she waited, expecting him to say something, but he straightway began unhitching his horse. "Are you going to take me home?" she ventured timidly, as if speech were difficult. "Unless I find someone I like better." The moment he had uttered the words he felt sorry. But never mind, he certainly wasn't going begging. Miriam left him. From near the house came the squeak, squeak of an ice cream freezer. John Bardson and one of the boys were taking turn about at the crank, pulling for all they were worth, the perspiration pouring from them. Peder joined them and started talking to John about work and crops and the happenings in the settlement. John was glad to see Peder, because he wanted to ask questions about their windmill. This fall he planned to put up one of his own. Peder offered to turn a while. The two kept up a steady talk while they worked. Mrs. Bardson came out to inquire if the ice cream wasn't nearly frozen, and when they investigated, they found that it was just right. The coffee being ready, the serving began at once. The members of the choir stayed on in the parlor while the refreshments were being served. The minister was in there too, occupying the chair next to Miriam, but conversing with everybody. Those of the boys who did not sing had taken possession of the porch, most of them sitting, a few standing. Peder was leaning against the window-sill, occasionally looking into the room. After a while he too sat down. He was very quiet this evening, and had little to contribute to the conversation. The interest seemed centered on the 4th of July celebration the following week, the boys joking and teasing one another about the girl each was taking. There was much laughter and noisy protest because each swore up and down they didn't care for girls, least of all for the one he was being teased about. When the choir again resumed practicing, Tom Hove asked Peder why he wasn't singing tonight. He answered that he was hoarse and didn't care to use his voice, and the teasing broke out anew. Tom would like to know the cause of that hoarseness. Had they heard that the minister was a frequent caller at Nils Nelson's? They knew, of course, that he had a brand-new horse and buggy, some style to that chap. There certainly had been a lot of beautiful moonlight lately. Miriam, poor girl, was exactly cut out for a minister's wife. She might not care to wait until Peder had been ordained. Tom's raillery exasperated Peder, but he managed to laugh with the others. "You're an ass, Tom, but I suppose you can't help it, so there's nothing to do about it." Peder got up and left the porch. A moment longer, and he would have to give Tom a licking. Just then John Bardson came along looking for Peder. He had a couple of questions he'd like to ask him about the windmill. Would he come and see the place where he'd thought of putting it? A steady stream of talk was flowing from John. This is where he had decided to put it. Did Peder think the place was all right? And he was thinking of rigging up a contrivance whereby he could get the windmill to turn the grindstone for him. What did Peder think of it? Must be possible to utilize the mill for many things. He had also thought of using it for sawing, a terrible chore with the wood all the time, only he didn't know just what to do with all the sawdust. Why not throw it to the pigs, Peder suggested, and he wouldn't have to haul straw. The idea dumbfounded John. Well, sir, that he hadn't thought of. John talked and asked questions. Choir practice was over. Peder heard the first buggy start off, but old John was showing him so much attention that he couldn't very well leave. And now he asked Peder what he thought of Reverend Bakken. Well now, wasn't that a real minister for you? The Lord had certainly been good to them this time. So kind and friendly always, nothing stuck up about him, and so fond of the Norwegian. A remarkable young man indeed. From the porch came loud laughter. One buggy after the other was rolling away. John had now embarked on his favorite subject, the comparison of Reverend Bakken and Reverend Isaacson, which reminded him of the time he went to Reverend Isaacson to resign from the congregation. This topic was inexhaustible. Peder was desperately anxious to break away, but John was hardly in the middle of his story. On the porch the girls were standing in a knot, their arms about each other's waists. A buggy drove up, and in a moment there was one less in the group. Another came, one more gone. It looked like the picking of grapes from a cluster. At last there was only Miriam left. No more buggies came. She had taken hold of one of the pillars. Where could he be? Had he actually left her? Then a buggy came out of the dark and stopped right in front of her. Reverend Bakken, having looked in vain for the host before he went out to hitch up, now came back to say good-bye. Recognizing Miriam, he took her hand, which he held. Would she do him the honor of letting him take her home? She need not walk. He was going by her place anyway. The minister talked in a low, eager voice. Miriam's eyes searched the yard, and then, without saying a word, she went with him. When they had gone only a little way down the road, they heard a horse coming up behind them at a furious speed. The voice of a man called in the dark. The buggy whizzed by. In an instant it had disappeared in the dark. Not even the rumbling could be heard. Who could that be driving so recklessly? The minister wondered. Miriam had retreated into the far corner of the buggy and ventured no information. End of Chapter 4, The Song of the Shulamite, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2, of Peder Victorious by O.E. Rølvaag, translated by O.E. Rølvaag and Nora Solem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Song of the Shulamite, Part 2. 4. Every day that week, Peder was in the cornfield cultivating. Shortly after 5 in the morning, he would be at work, change horses in the middle of the forenoon, and take no more time off for dinner than he absolutely had to. To his mother it seemed senseless to carry on this way. She offered to take the other plow and help him. Why not? They were 2 grown women in the house with little to do. The horses stood idle in the barn. She need not stretch the hours longer than she could stand. Why work himself to death when it wasn't necessary? Peder wouldn't hear of it. He didn't see other women working in the field, no more necessary here than elsewhere. He was silent and moody these days, and very difficult to talk to. At mealtime they could hardly get a word out of him, and in the evenings he would sit up in his own room far into the night. It must be this matter between him and Gabrielson that's on his mind, Beret concluded. On Saturday night, Peder didn't stop work until it was too dark to see the rows. During the afternoon the sky had become overcast with threatening clouds, but no rain came until nightfall. Then it began to mizzle. At home they had waited supper for him a long while. Unable to understand what could be keeping him so late, Beret went out to look for him. She found him in the yard unhitching and apparently in excellent spirits. He thought he would be able to finish the corn next week, he said, even if he did take Wednesday off for the 4th. Is that why he's been working so hard? Immediately her anxiety left her. That I call being thoughtful for one so young. He took plenty of time with the meal. When he had finished, he tilted his chair back and began discussing with his mother the advisability of hiring a man a little later on. There was a lot to be done here. Besides, they ought to be breaking more land. He had heard that there was a newcomer over at Joe Lund's who was supposed to be a splendid worker. Perhaps he would see him Wednesday. They might hire him. If they liked him, they could keep him until they were through husking this fall. Hans would have enough to do at his own place. Peder talked about it at length. Beret agreed that he should try to see the man. Finally he got up, asked his sister to find him a clean shirt, and taking the clothes and a towel, he left the house. Utter blackness outside. The rain was still falling quietly, but more secretively. As he crossed the yard, he held out his hand to feel the drizzle. Peder went into the cow barn. Just inside the door stood a large barrel, which he had filled with water during the noon hour. After stripping off his clothes, he let himself slide down in, ughing and gasping for breath as the water rose higher about his body. He stayed in the barrel a long time, splashing and scrubbing himself. Getting out of the water, he went to the doorway, where he stood rubbing his body briskly until the skin glowed with a pleasant warmth. A strange sense of well-being, infusing new vigor into every muscle, began trickling through him. He thrust his arm out to see how hard it was raining. The drops felt warm and soft like a lukewarm ointment. Flinging the towel away, he drew a deep breath and ran out into the wet darkness. Round and round the yard he trotted, all the while slapping his body with the flat of his hand. Pretty soon he felt the blood tingling. The rain seemed warmer than the water in the barrel. If only it would beat down on him a little harder. He stopped a moment to peer up into the sky. The darkness overhead was a solid wall. Underneath it were drifting black mists from which dripped warm, tiny drops. Back in the barn again, Peder rubbed himself long. He drew a dry garment about his shoulders and seated himself on a milk stool, right in the doorway. Outside, the drops fell with gentle tip-taps. Those dropping down from the eaves were bigger and struck the ground with loud splashes. The others were coming secretively, stealing down as cautiously as though they were afraid of disturbing the dark. Where did they come from? Peder smiled. Yes, where were they coming from, anyway? Did they have life? What was their errand? Of course they had life. He was aware of a living presence all around him. Whiffs of cold found the doorway and struck his body. Having got into his clothes again, Peder sat down once more to listen to the rain. If it should pour down tomorrow, he wouldn't have to go to church. Perhaps he would escape the minister after all. Peder sat and chuckled to himself. He supposed he couldn't get out of it this time by giving as an excuse that he'd been invited to his sister-in-law's. Couldn't have been so terrible to say that. She had told him to come over whenever he found the time. Peder, listening to all the whispering voices, continued to gaze into the dark. Funny they could never leave him alone. Well, they'd better look out. Tomorrow he would tell Gabrielson frankly that this was a matter for himself to settle when the time came. Later on he'd see about that. Farming wasn't such a bad business. He'd hire that newcomer and break a lot of land and make a great haul in flax next summer. He'd show him a boy that could farm. The water guggled good-naturedly, got chummy and intimate with him, told him of his future, whispered strange, mysterious thoughts about great achievements. Peder was looking at the different ideas as they came and went. The Norwegians had begun to make themselves felt in politics. About time they were waking up. What had they accomplished since they came here? Nothing. Only wrangled about false doctrine. Their uniting 3 church bodies, what was that to crow about? And now this new church would keep right on fighting with the others. A fine business. That Knut Nelson over in Minnesota must be a real man. He seemed to have ideas. What he had done, others could do too. Lincoln grew up in a log cabin. Minister? No, thank you. Preachers weren't one whit better than other people. What did they do but wrangle and stir up trouble? Just look at the situation here. 2 of them chasing around the prairie all day long. Was life getting any better on account of it? They didn't even seem to know what they were trying to do. Peder no longer heard the rain. Everything had gone wrong lately. The gloom deepened and was closing in upon him like the solid darkness without. There was that Bakken, smooth and slick, talking Norwegian just to ingratiate himself with the old folks. Miriam would regret that trick, all right. Not that he cared. But she might have waited. She knew very well he was coming. Why hadn't she come to look for him? She certainly must have heard him and John talking. They hadn't been very far away. More stuff for Gabrielson to gossip with the women about. Peder shuddered and sprang to his feet. Must be getting colder outside. Perhaps it would begin to rain in real earnest. When he came in, his mother, sitting at the table reading, looked up. "Took you a long time tonight." "Am I not going to the minister's tomorrow?" A smile crossed her face. "Looks like we're going to have a heavy rain. Suits me all right." "You mustn't talk that way. The minister wishes you naught but well. Now you must go right to bed. You need the rest, I'm sure." Up in Peder's room stood a bookcase with a number of books in it. Since his confirmation he had been reading a good deal, often staying up far into the night. This winter he had fairly devoured books. From the case he took out a huge tome containing Shakespeare's complete works. The winter before, after procuring the volume, he had begun to read the plays he knew by title, taking Hamlet first. But he didn't get very far into it before he gave up in disappointment. The action was slow, the play full of strange words and expressions, the scenes were gloomy, and the tone was so melancholy that it gave him the blues. Next he had tried the comedies, which he had found easier. In their coarse jests, laughter sat waiting for him. Must be I didn't take time enough with the other, he concluded. He returned to Hamlet and kept on reading the tragedies. Remarkable pictures indeed. Here people abandoned themselves to love and lust, hated and sinned recklessly, murdering each other right and left. The sword always sat loose in the scabbard. Pools of warm blood on every hand. And up out of the pictures rose a deep sadness, hopeless always, reminding him of that killdeer song of Tomber-Ola's. This evening he returned to Hamlet, and selected the soliloquies, most of which he knew by heart. The studied indifference of a soul crying in despair lightened his own depressed spirits. After a while he put the book aside and reached for his English Bible. There was a certain selection in the Old Testament he felt the need of reading just now. It got to be very late before he went to bed. Outside the rain was still falling. He lay listening to the patter of the drops on the roof until he dozed off. Perhaps he wouldn't have to go to Gabrielson's after all. An endless expanse of azure sky, dazzling sunshine. Sky could never be burnished more brightly. Over in the northwest still hung a couple of woolly rags left there from last night's polishing. At the parsonage, Peder had just put his horse in the barn and was standing in the doorway looking about. His mother and sister had gone in. The minister was in the study conferring with 2 men from the other congregation who had come to see him on business. What a fool I was not to stay home, Peder thought. What do I want here anyway? Am I not my own boss? I could have told him straight out I wouldn't come, and have avoided this. Seeing a small boy at play up by the wall of the woodshed, he walked over. What was his name? Peder inquired. Kenneth Leroy Gabrielson. The boy, 4 years old, golden-haired and of fair complexion like the rest of the family, was deeply engrossed in his play, yet seemed pleased to have someone to talk to. Would the man please look at all his horses? Sticks of wood had been stood aslant against the wall. Between them had been placed shoes of all sizes and descriptions, each tied by a piece of twine to a nail in the wall. Peder counted the shoes and found 13 in all. My, but you have many horses. Oh, yes, the boy agreed joyously. I have lots. He was squatting on his haunches and pouring dirt into the shoes. What was he doing now? Feeding them oats. Did he have names for all of them? Sure he had. The boy got up and began pointing. King, Dan, Prince, Fox, Jim, Maggie, Jumbo, Dick. But moving his finger faster than he could say the names, he became confused and had to start all over again. At the left end of the row stood the largest shoe of all, brown with age and run down at the heel. Peder didn't quite catch the name and bent down asking in a low voice what he had called it. Victorious. What's that you say? Peder had grabbed the boy by the shoulder. Victorious, repeated the boy, who had begun feeding it oats, and looked up. My papa knows a man by that name. He's a Norwegian. The horse is the biggest I got. He's strong, too, and he can pull the whole house. He eats lots of oats, I can tell you. You call him Victorious? Sure. Suddenly the boy sprang to his feet and took Peder's hand. Come on, let's water him. Then we can ride and have fun. Elsa can't today. Elsa? Did she give him that name? Peder asked in a low voice, glancing at the house, which stood close by. No, Papa knows a man. Elsa, she likes it. She said for us to use it. Don't you think it's nice? But Peder had no time to think about it, because at that instant the kitchen door opened, and Elsa stepped out on the porch to look for them. The moment the boy caught sight of his sister, he wanted to run to her, and tried to drag Peder with him, but finding him too slow, deserted him. The man wouldn't believe that they called the big horse Victorious. Peder didn't know where to turn, and Elsa, horrified, threw up her hands and exclaimed, Well, I never. She came hurriedly down the steps and gave Peder her hand, her whole person begging forgiveness. She could not let go his hand until she had explained how it all had happened. Would he please not be offended? It was all her fault. Kenneth was so wrapped up in horses that he could think of nothing else, and then they had run out of names. And Papa had said they'd have to name the horse for someone they liked. They had tried several, and then, well. A few wayward hairs having strayed down over her ears, Elsa let go of the hand. She straightened up and looked at Peder as she pushed them back. The blue dress set off her golden richness, as a frame a lovely picture. The name, she confessed with naive admiration, was so beautiful, he wouldn't take it ill, would he? It was all her fault. Peder's resentment was entirely gone. Well, if that was the way. Glad they'd found a name they could use. Was she too fond of horses? Indeed she was, she assured him. She meant to buy a horse of her own some day, the very finest to be had, when she got rich, of course, and then she'd ride. Where to? Peder wanted to know. Oh, to the end of the world. Why, then you might as well ride with me. Peder laughed joyously. I intend making that trip myself. And the two stood beaming into each other's eyes. Dinner went off easier than Peder had expected. The children ate in the kitchen, the grown-ups in the dining room. The two strangers had also been invited, and since they had so much to talk to the minister about, Peder was left in peace. Elsa helped serve in both rooms, Peder watching her and thinking many thoughts. After dinner he took a turn about the yard, enjoying himself as best he could. Kenneth Leroy was napping, and wouldn't be out for a while yet. Peder fell to wondering if his mother would soon be ready to leave. Perhaps he ought to begin hitching up. Still, there wasn't any particular hurry. Not yet. Elsa came out and went into the woodshed. Peder sauntered after, and began talking to her while she squatted, piling sticks on her arm. He wondered if he shouldn't offer to carry the wood in for her, but before he could make up his mind, Elsa was ready to leave. Well, never mind. Anna Marie was most likely helping with the dishes, and then he'd never hear the last of it. In a few moments Elsa returned, this time with a pail on her arm. Immediately he was reminded of the day they had fought about the pail. She too must have thought of the same thing, for she stopped and laughed teasingly, waiting for him to come. When he had filled the pail, Peder set it to one side where she couldn't reach it, and inquired if she was going to the celebration next Wednesday. She guessed not. Papa never cared about going to such affairs. Supposing someone came and asked her? Well, that would hardly happen. Elsa looked away from him. But just supposing it did? His voice low and entreating. Blushing hotly, Elsa turned to him. Do you mean yourself? Exactly, nodded Peder. Then I'm sure Papa will let me go, she said, so flustered that he felt sorry for her. Straightway he picked up the pail and carried it up to the porch. When she took it, she didn't dare look at him, which Peder couldn't understand. There was something else he should have spoken to her about. Presently his mother came out and asked him to get the horse ready. They'd better be going. 5. The minister was walking up and down in the yard, waiting for Peder. No smile today, only preoccupied seriousness and a thoughtful tugging at his beard. This was the first time, he confided to Peder, in a worried tone, that he had let his little Elsa fly out of the nest alone. Queer about that child. She'd never cared for other entertainment than her little brothers and sisters. They'd been her dolls. A good thing for him, for he hadn't been able to afford any other kind. A most remarkably good child, that she was. But just then Elsa appeared, and the minister barely had time to add, You must take good care of her. Peder wasted no time in getting started. Today Elsa was wearing a dress of deep golden yellow. Her whole figure radiated a light which dazzled him. He scarcely dared look toward her side of the seat. The story about Golden Locks came to his mind. Here she sat by his side. He would have liked to ask Elsa if she knew that story, but could not. Too much light for talking. Instead, he'd better show her how swift and light of foot his horse was, and how intimately it obeyed him. He gave a low, melodious whistle, cracked the whip ever so slightly, and instantly the air whizzed by their ears. Day, golden, glorious day, stretched out wide open arms to welcome them. They seemed to be floating through yellow and greenish hazes. On either hand, along the road, light green fields danced curtsying toward them. Neither spoke. Between them lay deep silence, rich in mysterious secrets. When after a while Dolly decided she had shown them enough of her tricks and slackened her pace, both felt refreshed as after a bath. Now we're off for the end of the world, Peder ventured, stealing a shy glance at her. And I'm going along, Elsa cried in delight. So you are. For the present there was nothing more to be said about that, and the silence grew so rich that both had to listen to it. The grove in which the celebration was held already swarmed with people. In an open space under the trees, wide flooring had been laid, with a platform and a speaker stand at one end, both of which were profusely decorated with bunting and flags. On the boughs of the trees round about there hung gaily colored Chinese lanterns, in readiness for the dance. Even a brass band had been secured for the occasion. The players, handsome and stately in their gold-striped red uniforms, dotted the crowd like a few scattered poppies in a field. Near the platform were refreshment stands and various booths offering for sale cigars, pop, ice cream, fireworks and slender canes decorated with small flags and pennons. Peder bought 2 canes and gave Elsa one. Jugglers and charlatans had flocked together and found their way to the spot, as birds of prey discover carrion. One had set up an ingeniously devised mechanism, which he invited people to strike at with a heavy wooden club, only 10 cents a try. A miraculous contrivance it was. If one could only hit hard enough, a beautiful little doll with a dollar bill in her hands would pop out of a hole at the top. Crowded ranks of men, most of them young, stood waiting a chance to try their strength. Today they were possessed by a reckless courage. You just wait until I smash that infernal outfit to smithereens, and dolls will rain like manna. Next to this attraction was a shooting gallery where curious animals ran along a wall. But this was not nearly so interesting, and therefore didn't draw much of a crowd. In a joyous mood, Peder and Elsa walked about, taking in everything. Farther off between the trees stood a brown tent, alone and well concealed. "For men only," read a warning sign in big green letters at the top. On a table in front of the tent, a pouchy-faced man proclaimed in a hoarse, wheezy voice that within the tent was the world's greatest wonder, the Pearl of Abyssinia. She was endowed with the gift of prophecy, and would show any unmarried man his future wife. The king of Assyria had dispatched a ship for the sole purpose of having her come to see the prince. No young man could afford to miss this golden opportunity, because on this very night the Pearl of Abyssinia would be leaving America forever. Occasionally a man would go in, remain for a while, and come out, grinning sheepishly. The Pearl of Abyssinia was only a fat old hag, deluging her customers with a flood of obscene talk, and selling poor whiskey at the exorbitant price of $1 per bottle. The entire furnishing of the tent consisted of a table, onto whose top had been nailed the Queen of Spades and the Queen of Hearts. On each card was placed a whiskey bottle. The purchaser decided, unalterably and forever, his own destiny. The old hag swore to it, according to whether he chose hearts or spades. But most wonderful of all was the merry-go-round. Not at any previous 4th of July celebration had such a marvelous attraction been seen. Elsa, not knowing what it was, looked at it, clapping her hands. The gorgeous carriages, traveling at a dazzling speed, made her almost dizzy. Peder was not much better. He bought tickets, and soon they were riding in fairy carriages, drawn by golden-maned horses, and mingling their joy with that of the others. It was all like a dream. Once more Elsa and Peder lost themselves in the crowd. They let themselves be carried on the current, whithersoever it wished to take them. Who cared? The carnival mood of the crowd rose joyously and swept them along irresistibly. Elsa had suddenly been transported to a fairy world. She knew the place must be full of gnomes and witches and hideous troll monsters, but the prince, too, was here. On bright moonlight nights, the elves and the fairies would come out and dance in the meadows by the brook. It was all so strangely beautiful. Peder could no longer keep silent. Had she never been to a 4th of July celebration before? Only once, when she was a little girl. It was so long ago she could hardly remember it. Mother had told her about it. She had been frightened and had given much trouble. At last she had fallen asleep. Peder felt deep sympathy for her. She couldn't have had much fun while she grew up, yet she always seemed to be happy. He couldn't understand it, and questioned her about it. What did she do to have a good time? The question puzzled Elsa. What did he mean? Well, when she never got a chance to get out and see things? Oh, that. She had plenty of fun at home. Indeed she had. He mustn't think otherwise. Elsa's enthusiasm kindled as she began telling him how she played the part of watchful Providence over all the little ones at home. There was Kenneth Leroy and all his horses. Sometimes they rode far, far away, clear to the end of the world. And for Mimi, she had to make dolls. No matter how many she had, she would always be teasing for one more. Elsa sighed. To find time to make dresses for all of them was no small task. But Vernon had been the worst to satisfy, because, while he was little, he wanted boats and ships. Such things she didn't know much about, and Papa never seemed to find time to help her. Suddenly her chatter ceased. A wistful look came into her eyes. She was wondering how things were going at home now, when she wasn't there to look after them. I never heard the beat, thought Peder. This is what her life is like, and still she can be so happy. Did she never go anywhere? Oh, yes, certainly. She went to church every other Sunday, and Papa let her do the driving. Didn't she ever go to town? Elsa shook her head. How could she go to town? She couldn't do all the buying for the house. Peder looked and looked at her, and thought he had never heard anything so strange. Sometimes they were interrupted by people who knew Peder and wanted to shake hands with him. Once they met 3 girls, acquaintances of Elsa, who stopped to talk to her. Peder didn't know them, and Elsa, noticing it, introduced them to him. Peder felt deeply mortified and ashamed of himself. Why hadn't he thought of doing that with her? It was already past noon, and so Peder took her to a food stand and ordered everything that was to be had. But she wasn't hungry. No, really. Yes, perhaps a small piece of pie and some coffee. Of course she must eat. Hadn't he promised her father to take good care of her? But in spite of his vigorous protest, she ate little or nothing, helping herself only to tiny morsels. Peder wondered if it could be because she was accustomed to better things and didn't dare eat this food. He marveled at her still more. Before they had finished, the program began. The band was already playing. They hurried off and came in time to get a place on one of the benches farthest back. Peder took off his hat. Why did he want a hat today? Quite unconsciously, his right foot kept time to the music, his mood growing more joyous. The glittering uniforms of the players, the exhilarating rhythm of the music, the gay colors round about him, and the girls sitting by his side in oblivious bliss made him giddy with strength. He was seized by a desire to embrace people, catch them in his arms, and toss them up in the air just to play with them. How stupid not to have come earlier, so that they might have had a place nearer the front. The address of the day was given by an attorney from Sioux Falls. The man had a powerful voice, and his energy made the perspiration glisten on his face. He spoke in pompous, rhetorical periods about the men of the Revolution who carried through successfully the War of Independence, of those days when a few colonists scattered along the Atlantic seaboard bade defiance to a mighty world empire and thereby fought themselves into immortality. For a time Peder listened enthusiastically, but finally wearied of the speaker because he got no further. Was this all he had to offer people on such an occasion? Didn't the man see the future and all the promises that lay therein? The past must be of small consequence in comparison with that which was to come. Peder forgot the speaker, lost sight of him entirely because of a vast host of ideas marching before his eyes. A slight tremor passed through him. He himself was standing on that platform. Above his head the flags fluttered in the breeze. Before him were 1,000 eyes looking enraptured into the future, always penetrating further, their happiness constantly mounting because he was explaining to them their innermost hopes. The revolutions which had been could be nothing more than a source of strength to those that must come, he heard himself tell the audience. Wherever progress forged ahead toward a divine goal, revolutions were inescapable. The time would actually come when every big-minded man would be his own lord and master because he had become a freeman and a king. No government, no law, everything accomplished in fellowship with others who dared to will big things and who steadfastly looked to the future. A picture from an old book stood before him, a picture of the millennium that people would never reach by clinging to the past. "The old is passed away, behold all is new," he mumbled in Norwegian. Peder was brought to by Elise, clutching his arm and staring amazed at him. What was the matter? He had looked so queer. He had clenched his fists and talked to himself. Her voice was full of anxiety, and he was moved by it. Peder, flushed with agitation, rose abruptly. "Come, let's go. This isn't worth listening to." But Elsa would not let go of him. What had been the matter? He had looked so angry that it had frightened her. "Nothing at all," he assured her. "You see," he talked in a low tone, "I was just thinking if I had been making that speech." Out in the grove they passed other couples. Suddenly Peder made an interesting discovery. There stood Reverend Bakken and Miriam. He was holding a parasol over her, yet there was no sun in here among the trees, and no sign of rain. Peder couldn't resist the temptation of calling their attention to the condition of the weather. As he and Elsa passed close by them, he nodded to Miriam, and remarked carelessly that, likely as not, it would rain before sundown. Didn't they think so? In great mirth, he and Elsa walked on. Wherever they went, they found couples pretending to be listening to the program. Others had hid themselves away in buggies, oblivious to the fact that the sun was still high in the heavens. Peder, noticing them, had to admit to himself that there were people who had more courage than he. When they had made the rounds of the grove and had come back to the center, Peder stopped at a stand and ordered ice cream. This made Elsa very happy, but momentarily an uneasiness came upon her, and she hesitated about eating. Innocently and helplessly timid, she wanted to know if he could afford all this treating. Peder gave a hearty laugh, and in order to show her how easily he could afford both this and much more, he ordered another dish of ice cream for each of them, and in addition a bottle of pop for her. Why, she hadn't eaten anything all day. She'd be nothing but skin and bones when they reached the end of the world. No telling what would happen when they got there. Both laughed at this. There were other things he'd have liked to tell her about that journey, but he couldn't say them to her because people were constantly coming and going. And now the program was over and the stream of people grew more turbulent. Everywhere one turned, boys were running about shooting firecrackers. The floor beneath the trees was being cleared for the dance. Some of the older people prepared to go home. Loud voices could be heard here and there, and boisterous, coarse remarks. It was getting to be late afternoon. The sun was already slanting its rays in between the trunks of the trees, but the heat in the grove was very oppressive. "Let's find a place where we can talk," proposed Peder. "Don't we have to be going home soon?" sighed Elsa. They struck off for the outskirts of the grove. Far, far away from the others, it seemed to them, they went. At last they could hear only the faraway din of the crowd and the distant reports of exploding firecrackers. Elsa sat down on a windfall which lay close to another tree. Cool and pleasant here. The evening breeze came sweeping in from the east, piled itself up at the edge of the wood. Taking hold of the treetops, it rustled them. Elsa leaned her back against the tree. "I think I'll take off my hat." She looked at him. It sounded as though she were asking his permission. Peder was standing just a little way from her, giddy with courage and a sense of superhuman strength. He simply couldn't sit down. "Now we've come to the end of the world, and here I'm king. I command that you never more wear a hat. Your hair is so beautiful. I have issued an edict that henceforth you shall be known by the name of Golden Locks. He who disobeys shall forfeit his life." While he talked, Elsa closed her eyes. For a while she sat silent. A sweet languorousness had come upon her, but she was smiling. "Tell me some more." Peder sat down beside her. "You mean about how it is at the end of the world?" "Yes, tell me everything." "That will only scare you." "Is it so terrible then?" "No, glorious. Strong men are fighting for things they really believe." Peder had pried loose a piece of bark. Now he flung it away. "Are you king here?" "Uh-huh," he nodded. "Here I am the king." "Then you mustn't let your men do such wicked things. It's sin to fight." "Not if one's trying to reach the millennium." For some time Elsa sat silent, her eyes still closed. Then she asked dreamily, a veil wrapped around her voice, "Aren't God's angels at the end of the world?" Her question made Peder laugh. "Haven't had time to look for him yet." Tearing off another piece of bark, he threw it with all his might. "The princess looks after them. That'll have to be your job." Elsa saw beatific visions in her dream. A smile was on her face. Her voice seemed firmer and more full of happiness. "I want a big hospital, the very biggest in all the world. There I shall gather all the poor and the unfortunate, they who suffer and are in misery, and be good to them, to all of them." "To me too?" Recklessly, Peder took the hand that lay in her lap. It felt cold and lifeless. He clasped it more firmly. Was she cold? Don't do that." "Why?" "Because God's angels—" Elsa rose abruptly and walked away. But a short distance off she stopped and put on her hat. Without looking back, she stood there waiting for him, her head bent, as though in profound meditation. 6. Peder waited a long time before joining Elsa. When at length he came strolling over to her, she talked in the same distant, dreamy voice. "We must be going home. Isn't it getting late?" Peder, walking silently and in a preoccupied manner, hands in his pockets, his hat tilted toward her so that only part of his face was visible, didn't seem to have heard her. In the grove, deep dusk had settled. Between the tall trunks only a faint glow of day was discernible. The lanterns, suspended from branches, shed a many-colored light down on the dance. The crowd, now perceptibly thinned out, had grown more youthful in appearance because so many of the older people had already left, also more noisy. Loud talk, coarse laughter were heard all over the place. Here and there arose bawlings from drunken men. But upon couples strolling about in the outskirts of the grove, mysterious silence had fallen. If one chanced to pass by, they would stand aside, not uttering a sound. Peder, keeping slightly ahead of his partner, steered straight for the dance floor. Reaching the edge of the platform, without looking at her, he stepped up defiantly. Uncertain, and hesitating for a moment, Elsa followed him, like a dog who has had a whipping from his master and doesn't know whether he dares disobey. Clutching his arm, she whispered, terrified, "Do you dance?" Certainly, of course. Peder put much emphasis into the words. And feeling that he must punish her still more, he added in a careless, haughty tone, What about you? Elsa only shook her head, which he didn't notice at all. His feet were keeping time to the rhythm of the music. Into his eyes, intently following the couples before him, had come a warm gleam. He was breathing heavily like some animal following a scent. This is fine, he said jubilantly. Thank God, there are still folks who dare have fun. A couple came dancing toward the corner where Elsa and Peder stood. Peder saw them, clapped his hands, and called to them. The moment they caught sight of him, they stopped and came over to shake hands. The brown, soft eyes of the girl sought Peder's joyfully. Tonight I want to dance with you, Peder Holm. Now you know it, she cried before reaching him. Who said so? He asked teasingly. I, and don't try to get out of it. The girl shook his hand heartily, as though to assure him that she meant everything she had said. Peder, not letting go of the hand at once, turned to her partner. Must be a great scarcity of girls here tonight, seeing that you have to dance with your own sister. Not at all, the other assured him laughingly. But there is a shortage of men, and Susie, poor thing, nobody seems to want. Why aren't you joining in? Anything the matter with your legs? There was an infectious air about the couple, carefree and happy, an urge they gave vent to gladly. The boy was bareheaded. On his well-shaped forehead sparkled beads of perspiration which intensified the luster of his eyes. But the girl didn't seem to feel a bit warm, her whole being only healthy, animated life, asking for more fun. Peder looked from one to the other. A nervous restlessness had come over him, his foot beating a merry tattoo. What have you been up to all day? You must have come just now. Grasping the boy's hand, he shook it and wouldn't let go of it. Suddenly he was aware of his own partner, standing here so forlorn, and introduced her to Susie Doheny and her brother Charlie. The music struck up again, and Charlie bowed to Elsa. May I have this dance? Elsa only shook her head and looked down. Susie, catching the feel of the rhythm, couldn't resist it. Taking hold of her brother's arm and turning him around, she cried, Nobody wants you. Come on, I just got to have this polka. As they swung off, she nodded beamingly to Peder over Charlie's shoulder. See you again. Now I must go, Elsa whispered in a low, frantic voice, and stepped down from the platform. For a moment, Peder stood looking at her. Her helplessness and the fear he saw in her eyes touched him. Here was a child who had taken fright at her own shadow, and was trying to run away from it. I'll get you home all right, never you fear. He came slowly and deliberately after. Only a little way from the dance floor, they were stopped by a mob of people, which surged back and forth, and then broke in huge waves. Angry shouts, the bawling of drunken men, curses and obscene cries filled the air. Now and then the smash of a fist against a face, and the thud of a heavy body falling prostrate to the ground. A demoniacal fury had suddenly been unleashed, the whole place boiling madly. Elsa hung desperately on Peder's arm. Before they knew it, they had been swallowed up completely by the backwash, were being whirled hither and yon like chips on a mighty eddy. The trouble had started around the mysterious slot machine. Throughout the day, many young men had tried their strength, but with no other result than to be robbed of one bright dime after another. Because Lloyd Bulgan was a hard loser and never would give up, he soon found himself minus a considerable number of small coins. Forced at last to give up, he had gone about thinking how he might get revenge on the fellow operating the machine. After pondering the problem deeply, he made a visit to the Pearl of Abyssinia, where, having paid the $1, he chose the Queen of Spades. Searching the crowd with a shrewd eye to find out who were there, he picked out, first of all, Dennis O'Hara, whom he invited to a private conference. Next, a light-complexioned giant by the name of Thor Helgeson. During the threshing season last fall, Lloyd had learned what each of them was good for. To the best of his knowledge, they were the strongest men in these parts. After treating them to a few rounds, Lloyd confessed openly that he was in doubt as to who was the stronger of the two. He grew quite intimate with the boys and passed the bottle once more. There was his gol-darn machine over in the grove. If they didn't mind trying it, he'd gladly pay the cost. Laughing in the chummiest manner, Lloyd looked at the two men. That would be a small favor indeed, Dennis spoke up. He had tried his luck twice, and would just as soon take a crack at the machine once more. In spite of his huge bulk and superhuman strength, Thor was only kindness itself. There was, however, this peculiarity about him that whiskey always made him want to sing. If he had had as much as 3 drinks, he'd insist on singing Norwegian love ditties to anyone whom he could get to listen, and if by chance he took a 4th, which indeed did happen, he didn't care a darn whether anybody listened or not, because then his happiness became uncontrollable. After sampling the bottle once more, the 3 set out to see about those dolls, Tor in such towering humor that he must get the first try. Spitting on both hands, he swung the club and struck the iron peg a terrific crack, stepping back quickly to watch the result. Seeing nothing happen, he sang out to Lloyd, in Norwegian, that if he'd be so kind as to pay just 1 more dime for him, he'd smash this infernal deviltry into 1,000 pieces. Lloyd complied cheerfully, and so Tor struck again. This time he missed the mark, striking the platform just ahead of the peg. Yet the miracle actually happened. A tiny doll, holding a $1 bill in her arms, soared up from the machine. In spite of his great happiness, Tor noticed how it had happened. "Here you are, Dennis," said Tor, handing him the sledge. "And now let's see what you Irish are good for." Many people had gathered about the place. More came running. The hurrahing and Tor's uproarious laughter were heard all over the grove. Dennis struck with all his might. Once, twice, was seized with a fit of madness and smashed the peg so hard that the earth trembled underneath the feet of the crowd. But no doll deigned to come forth and greet him. Seeing Dennis's bad luck, Tor was filled with the spirit of brotherly love. He threw his arm about him, rushing him off among the trees, all the while laughing and pouring secrets into his ear, and hurrying him back again, Tor paid the dime himself. Dennis, choosing his position carefully, hid where Tor had told him to, and lo and behold, there came the doll. In the same instant, Tor was standing beside him, patting his shoulder admiringly. "Take another while the picking is good. Here we've struck gold, boy." Dennis tried to do his best, and the next doll popped out, wavering a second in the air before it fell. But now the owner of the machine understood what was happening. When Tor rushed up for the next try, the man shoved him aside and tried to wrest the club out of his hands. Tor stared at him in blank amazement, at first not understanding what the man meant. What? What was he trying to do? No, really? Tor broke into an uproarious laugh. "Here, Dennis, you club all the little darlings you can find, while I attend to this fellow." Then an unforeseen thing happened. The man stuck 2 fingers into his mouth and gave a shrill, piercing whistle. The next moment he had sprung at Tor. Tor received him rather kindly. Putting his arm about him, he threw the man on his shoulder as though he had been handling a sack of grain. "Now, fellows," he called to the crowd, "if you'll pick up that machine, we'll just chase the whole outfit out of the county." The fight was on in real earnest. The minute the man guarding the Pearl of Abyssinia caught the sound of the whistle, he left his post of duty and came running. So did the fellow operating the shooting gallery. A third came from one of the stands. 2 from the merry-go-round followed him. All 5 of them, fighting with demoniacal fury, were trying to penetrate to the center of the surging mob, men sinking groaningly before their terrible onslaught. But at the very center, Tor, still joyous, with the man on his shoulder, stalked on. Dennis and 7 other men followed, carrying the machine. Not even the lantern, which had been hanging above it, had been left behind. That Lloyd had remembered to take along. When at last Peder succeeded in disentangling himself from the mad swirl, Elsa was on the point of fainting. She had to stop and lean up against him. Her head sank down on his arm, her breath flickering faintly like a candle in a strong draught. In order to steady her, Peder put his arm around her. He did it rudely, it seemed to him, felt exceedingly embarrassed, and tried to console her. "It's only Tor Helgeson and Dennis O'Hara, chasing some tramps, nothing at all to be afraid of." His words awakened her. "Come, oh, can't you help me out of this terrible place?" she whispered frantically. She seemed beside herself. Grabbing hold of his arm, she pulled him with her. Fear was making her ghost-like. She glided along like a shadow. Her fear had contagion in it. Peder had a sickening sensation, began to feel dizzy. Not knowing what else to do, he hurried her to the buggy and got his horse untied. He drove at a furious rate, but having reached the open road and got so far away from the grove that the tumult no longer could be heard, he reined the horse in to see how she was getting along. Huddled as far back into the other corner of the seat as she could get, Elsa was crying hysterically. He held the reins tighter, forcing the horse down to a walk. "I can't come home with her in that state," he thought. "The spell must surely pass off. No one, as far as I know, has done her any harm." He thought of many things he might talk to her about, but unable to hit upon anything suitable for the occasion, he gave up in despair. To touch her, even with his finger, he wouldn't risk doing for his very life. Peder sat listening to her sobs until he didn't know what to do with himself. Either she's crazy, or else I am. Little by little, the sobs grew less violent. The interval between each lengthened. Finally, they subsided entirely. No sound came from the other corner of the seat. But the silence seemed worse to endure than her paroxysms had been. Now he dared not speak, lest they should break out anew. In his great helplessness, which was fast getting impossible to bear, he saw nothing else to do but to whip up the horse. The rumbling of the buggy soothed him. Dolly was a fine horse. The moment Reverend Gabrielson heard the buggy drive up, he hastened out to receive them, his mood a good deal cheerier than when they had left in the morning. The man was fairly bubbling over with bright talk. Aye, and here they were back again. Had they had much fun? Was the dear little Elsa girl all right? Kenneth, Leroy, and Vernon had been asking for her all day. What would they do without her? Helping her out of the buggy, he put his arm lovingly about her. Elsa only murmured a tired good night and left them. The door had no sooner closed behind her than the minister turned to Peder. And now, my dear Peder, you and I had better talk seminary before you leave. Today I've written the president. Tie up your horse and come in. I want to read the letter to you. No, said Peder, a defiant ring in his voice. I'll not be a minister. That's settled. Reverend Gabrielson was so astounded over Peder's flat refusal that he had to let go of the buggy in order to catch his beard. Don't say that. No, don't thwart God's plans. Peder, seizing the opportunity, said a curt good night, and striking the horse a sharp crack, was off instantly. If he were to have a turn with Susie tonight, he'd have to hurry. Peder breathed free and easy. His chest expanded. He had suddenly been relieved of a great burden. Stretching himself, he gave a long, entreating whistle to Dolly. Can't you trot just a bit faster? Ha! There now. That's right. End of Chapter 4. The Song of the Shulamite, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 3 of Peder Victorious by O.E. Rølvaag, translated by O.E. Rølvaag and Nora Solem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Song of the Shulamite, Part 3. 7. Late autumn and perfect days. Night after night a sleepy harvest moon was drifting across an immeasurable sea, quiet and of greenish color. Evenings more bewilderingly enchanting than the day, because they brought dreams to young hearts. But the twilight breeze was at a loss to understand what had happened. Every time it found a cornfield and began flaying the leaves, there would come queer sounds, dry, dead sounds, and very unpleasant. No tender life, swelling with luxuriant fullness, would open up, eager to hear legends about love. And so the breeze would sigh mournfully and search on. The Murphy schoolhouse was half full, mostly young people. In the district, it had become a tradition that each year the teacher should arrange a program, consisting of readings, dialogues, farces, etc., to which the whole neighborhood was invited. These programs were commonly known as exhibitions. Most often the persons performing were young people, who during their school days had gained reputations as declaimers. Yet not infrequently did it happen that older persons also took part. Old Tonston, for example, was a veteran in the dramatic arts. No exhibition could be counted complete without him. The meeting tonight had been called for the purpose of choosing those who were to take part. Rather early in the season, people thought, but of course the teacher was new, and hence didn't know the customs. The name of the teacher was Ted Gilbert. Despite the fact that he hadn't been here many weeks, he had already gained a reputation because of the interest he showed in his work and the energy he put into it. That he was a Norwegian, the Irish did not know at the time they hired him. The name had fooled them, though he had come by it rightfully enough. His father's name, at the time of landing in America, had been Knut Gilbertson, but prompted by a desire to be a real American from the start, he resolutely cut away the last syllable of the surname. Easier and much more handy that way, Knut thought. The son had been baptized Theodore, which name the boy bore until he entered school, but the first schoolma'am under whose care he came, meaning to do the boy a real kindness, shortened Theodore to Ted. The rechristening seemed to fit perfectly, for the man was short, rather stocky, wore his hair close-cropped, talked incessantly, and could never stand still for long at a time. Tonight Ted Gilbert sprang a real surprise. When no more people seemed to be coming, he got up and told the audience that he had heard a great deal about these exhibitions they held here every year. A fine idea, a very ingenious invention, he'd call it. He'd advocate it wherever he went. The one who first thought of it ought to have a monument erected to his memory. Only give people plenty to do, and they won't have any time left for deviltry. But this year they would beat all previous records. Wait and see. Now listen. Rather than fool away the time by getting up a hodgepodge program of all kinds of odds and ends, they were going to stage a whole play. That's it, exactly, a whole play. They would choose one which had been run in the finest theater in America. Now, how did that idea strike them? The plan was a corker. If they made a success of it, and why shouldn't they make it a success, they could stage it in the other schools in the neighborhood, and perhaps in the nearby towns as well. They might even get an invitation to come to Sioux Falls. Well, why shouldn't they? They'd play themselves into fame. Such things had been done before, but no time to consider that now. They'd start the rehearsals at once. If they finished by Thanksgiving, they'd put the play on then. Yes, why not? And thereby get ahead of all other schools in the county. And now he needed 5 women and 9 men, all of different types. Negroes and white people, tramps as well as real gentlemen, heroes and villains, for there'd be brawls, yes, real fights. They'd have to use revolvers. Blood would flow. Oh, this was going to be the real thing. Gilbert stopped to catch his breath before continuing, letting his sparkling eyes dance over the audience. Was there a man present here tonight by the name of Siebert Tonsiton? Ted Gilbert went on. If so, he'd ask him to stand up. Down in the middle row, Tonsiton arose with much dignity. The teacher hurried down to shake hands with him. I'm glad you're here. My name's Ted Gilbert. I have a part that'll fit you exactly. Will you please come forward and help me a minute? Taking Tonsiton by the arm, Ted led him up to the platform. Now, will you do me the favor of naming for me those who, in your opinion, are the best players? Then we can get started at once. Much merriment broke out in the audience. Several held up their hands. From all over the room came shouts. Don't forget me. And me. Say there, Siebert. Tonsiton, paying not the slightest attention to their fooling, but weighing face by face critically, began to mention names, pausing long after each, which Ted Gilbert immediately wrote on the blackboard. Out of the whole crowd he found no more than 10 persons who, in his opinion, possessed histrionic talents. He himself would make the 11th. Splendid! Fine! Ted Gilbert explained when Tonsiton had finished. The remaining 3 he could easily pick from among his pupils. In a pinch, he'd be glad to play one of the roles himself. He knew the whole play by heart anyway, he added modestly. Again facing the blackboard, Ted Gilbert began writing another list of names, all the while talking and explaining. Here are the different characters. All must listen, please. Aunt Charity, a kind-hearted Negro woman. No trick at all to transform Irish and Norwegians into Negroes. The right kind of black paint is all you need. Such things are done often on the stage. Next, Dick Langley, the villain. The finest gentleman you ever saw, but an arch intriguer, nevertheless. He's courting 2 women at the same time. No easy task to play that part well. Oh, no. But here, Ted Gilbert wrote the name and underscored it, is Luva, the heroine. A real Cinderella character she is. They'd have to comb the whole prairie for the best-looking girl. Deucedly difficult to play her well. Next, Colonel Farnham, fine Southern gentleman, distinguished-looking, well-mannered. He had played that part himself, and would be perfectly willing to do it again. Great fun. One learns a lot. And here was Bub Kraft, foolish but good-natured, really a good lad, with a poor bringing up, which of course he couldn't help. He, too, is deadly in love with poor Luva. Ted Gilbert wrote another name on the blackboard, Will Spriggs, and paused. Here was the hero. Fine man, good-looking, courageous. He's willing to go through hellfire for Luva. Difficult to interpret him properly, very difficult indeed. He doesn't say much, but his actions count. Well, they'd take their time about finding the right man for that part. And here, Ted Gilbert turned his beaming face to Tonsiton as he wrote the name, is the shrewd peddler, Peleg Pucker, who always talks so funny. Just the identical role for you. Why, it's made for your particular benefit. Tonsiton nodded condescendingly. No trick for him at all to act the part of a clever peddler. When at length Ted Gilbert had the names of the dramatis personae on the board and had explained them all, he took out of his desk a package of unbound books. Requesting the 10 whom Tonsiton had chosen to come forward and take the front seats, He gave a copy to each, and so the first reading of the play began. Luva the Pauper, a short piece in 5 acts, had real melodramatic qualities. From the opening of the first scene to the last curtain, virtue and love locked in the deathly struggle with villains and cunning intrigue. In both the second and the 4th act, the hero and the heroine embraced and kissed. But the kissing was done in all propriety, the force of circumstances requiring the deed to be done. Hence the onlookers were not scandalized. In the denouement, the villains caught it where the rooster got the axe. But alas, virtue was not properly rewarded. Just as the curtain went down slowly the last time, a most painfully slow curtain, the heroine breathed her last in the arms of her lover. That the girl had been in perfect health throughout the action, that she hadn't shown the least symptoms of weakness, and that she had suffered no harm, but that she nevertheless gave up the ghost in the arms of her lover just as she had got him, no one gave a thought to, because the effect was so profoundly touching. For once old Tonston was unable to express his enthusiasm properly. He waited until all but Ted Gilbert had left. The man wasn't acquainted out here and would need advice. He'd tell him whom to pick for hero and heroine, all right. Peder was included among Tonston's 10 chosen ones. Before retiring that night, he read the play through twice. The next day, while resting after dinner, he went through it again, and by that time he knew almost the whole piece by heart. He liked the play. It would be great fun to take part, yet he couldn't quite make up his mind. Much depended upon who would play. At the supper table that night, he told his mother about the exhibition the teacher this year was planning. He must be a fine teacher. Did she know he was Norwegian? Beret showed no particular interest in the matter. Was he taking part this year? Peder buttered a piece of bread, smiling to himself as he did so. He hadn't made up his mind exactly. The teacher had asked him. He didn't know if he had time. He'd see. Perhaps he'd take one of the parts. Shortly after, he had changed his clothes and was driving over. He'd have to bring back the copy he had taken home last night. It was late already. Peder drove fast. Only a few present tonight. As he entered the room, Susie Doheny, a copy of the play in her hand, was standing in the middle of the floor, reading and laughing. Ted Gilbert giving her instructions as to how she was to say the lines. Susie had not been present last night. The teacher was too taken up with her to give Peder more than a nod. Let's see how nicely you can die. You're dying in the last act, you know. You pass away in the arms of your lover. You couldn't wish for any sweeter death, could you now? Someone come and hold her while she expires. Ted Gilbert was in a heat of excitement and had little patience. Can't one of you fellows come here and embrace her? You won't get a chance like that every day. After getting the necessary support, Susie did her best to part with life artistically, only she couldn't prolong the process sufficiently. The teacher had considerable difficulty with her on that point. But finally he rubbed his hands jubilantly, as pleased as though he had been the manager of a metropolitan theater who had suddenly discovered a great star. There now, that's fine. Fine, I say. Just take it a little slower, no hurry. At first you stand, then just sink, sink, sink. Gradually, you understand, like this. Well, folks, there's your heroine, no doubt about that. In order to find the right hero, Ted Gilbert used the process of elimination. Placing one boy after another of those who possibly could be considered out on the floor beside Susie, he stepped a few feet away to judge the effect. Peder had taken a seat back of the others. Every time a new boy was to be called, he ducked his head behind the row in front of him. Tonston, observing him for some time, went up and whispered a few words to the teacher, to which Ted Gilbert only nodded. At last there was no one but Peder left, and so he also was called. No sooner had Ted Gilbert got him placed at Susie's side than his enthusiasm bubbled over. Ah, there you've Luva and Will Spriggs. I'll bet my last dollar that a better hero and heroine never were found for this play. Dandy. Great, I tell you. If we aren't going to stage an exhibition the like of which never has been seen, I'll be a liar. What do you say, folks? Peder blushed furiously. He tried to laugh, but couldn't quite make it. He didn't know if he had time, he stammered. Why not take Charlie? Then he and Susie could practice at home. Never, shouted Ted Gilbert decisively. No, indeed, that wouldn't do. Altogether too unnatural between brother and sister. On a crowd knowing their relationship, the illusion would have no power. Time, did you say? Why, man, you can easily learn these lines after breakfast. Peder only grinned foolishly. Here stood Susie, right by his side, smiling into his face. She might think it was on her account. The grin still on his face, he shambled back to his place. 8. Already Peder knew most of the play by heart, and now he had a strange experience. No sooner had they begun to play than the action became reality to him, more real than anything he had heretofore lived. Susie was the Cinderella he had read about, and he the prince. Time out of mind he had loved her. Inscrutable destiny had decreed that they should belong to one another. Hostile forces were at work trying to alienate them. He alone could save them both. His own experiences and the action of the play merged into one. All was real. A terrible earnestness possessed him. They reached the love scene in the second act, and the presence of the others made him blush hotly, yet it didn't scare him. He put his arm around Susie, according to the directions in the book. Once his arm was there, he drew her to him, close, protectingly. Blushing shyly, a faint smile puckering her face, Susie yielded. The moment she offered him the kiss, her eyes opened wide in wonder and looked into his. There was fathomless mystery in those eyes. Out of the brown specks shone a deep glow, making the blue underneath still richer and more unsearchable. He pressed his lips to hers, and destiny itself laid its hand upon them and blessed them. Peder sensed it as clearly as though he had heard the words spoken right into his ear. Here he held within his arm her whom his innermost being always had sought. The room, the people present, disappeared in a haze, into nothingness, didn't exist. A great joy which drove tears to his eyes filled him. He must do something, give vent to what he felt, or he'd faint. The next moment he had thrown himself passionately into the play. Paying not the slightest attention to the teacher's directions, he went on directing himself. Even in the scenes in which he had no part, he would find something to do. He couldn't stand still, nor keep quiet. All depended upon him. When they at last reached the closing scene, and Susie lay in his arms, limp, dying, he knew it clearer than 1,000 words could have told him. There Susie wished to die. The others laughed and clapped their hands. Peder couldn't understand it. Why did they laugh? With a half-silly, half-pathetic smile, the two stood looking at each other. Not if their lives had been at stake could they have uttered a word. Peder's eyes were moist. He rubbed them with his hand. Then he, too, was able to join in the laugh. But as they were to leave, she came over to him, naturally, as though it had always been thus between them. Peder only nodded gravely, took her arm, and helped her into the buggy. The verdigris green light of the full harvest moon, flooding all the vast silences of the prairie, took them along on its westering course. The 1 mile between the Murphy schoolhouse and Doheny's that night lengthened into 2, got to be 3, 4. No one could tell how many. Yet at parting, about 3 o'clock in the morning, they both sighed distractedly because the ride had been much too short, and the leave-taking seemed impossible to bear. It was as though they would never see each other again. At first both had sat silent, neither of them daring to speak. What they felt seemed beyond expression. Not that they needed words. They had found each other at last. Wasn't that enough? But however it had happened, both had become aware of the fact that his arm was about her waist. Peder couldn't understand his own recklessness and feared to withdraw it, and Susie made no effort to remove it. She seemed actually to have been waiting for his arm to settle there. She yielded to the pressure, willingly, gladly. Perceiving how intensely he wanted her, she snuggled into the hollow of his arm, resting there, confident that he would shield her from all harm. Out of the depths of her being rose a murmur of happiness. Peder's eyes blurred. He wasn't at all sure that he didn't cry. After an indefinite time, he regained sufficient control of his voice to use it, though it was husky and had an odd tremor. "Never shall anyone take you away from me." He spoke the words solemnly, as though he were taking an oath. "No, that you mustn't let happen," she entreated. "It is good to be with you." No longer able to control the unnameable joyousness which was bewildering all his senses, Peder stopped the horse and drew her to him. Was this eternity? Or could it? Could it be life? On and on they moved westward into the silent mystery of the moon night. The horse stopped and ate grass from the roadside, ambled on, stopped again, snuffled softly, mouthing fresh tufts by the road's edge. A golden enchantment lay upon the earth, and they were alone in it. By and by reason returned to them. They regained their power of speech. but they never got far beyond the starting point because each would take the word out of the other's mouth like two children chattering in a happy game. No sooner had Susie begun than Peder would think of something so important that he must say it right away. Thus each attempt became only a new starting point. Never before had two human beings experienced the like of what had happened to them. Peder did not get to bed until long after 3 o'clock, and then he couldn't sleep because of all the things he had forgotten to tell Susie. During the evenings that followed, until they should meet and have each other again, Peder sat up far into the night, trying to write to her. The efforts ended only in dismal failure. Reading through what he had written, he would become gloomy and tear the letter into shreds. It wasn't true enough. The words sounded cold and indifferent. If Susie read this, she'd think he didn't love her at all. One night, despairing of his helplessness, an idea occurred to him. Taking a new sheet, he began to write down what the king sings to the Shulamite. Reading it through slowly, Peder's face broke into a bright smile. Wasn't this exactly what he had experienced that night? The sweetness, the same divinity? During the day he sang at his work. All living creatures to which he could get near enough, he had to caress. One day, as he was standing in the stall petting Dolly and singing softly to her, his mother came into the barn and observed him unnoticed. What could be the matter with him? When a young man gets that way, you'd better look out. You're full of many pranks these days. Must you be singing all the time? I'm only glad 'cause we're through corn husking. Why don't you sing too? It lightens the heart. Leaving the barn, Peder kept thinking of what his mother had said. Why shouldn't he sing? Wasn't the whole universe song-filled? Out in the yard, he stopped to look up into the sky. Hadn't he read somewhere that the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy? What was it the minister had said once about the goodness of God? But back of his joyous satisfaction with life, he was aware of dark clouds which stood there silently, far back on the horizon. Now and then cold black shadows swept across his sky. Thoughts would bob up in his consciousness, unpleasant memories. He recalled that night before confirmation, what his mother then had said to him. In these thoughts also Susie was present. The moment he saw her image, the clouds disappeared. Nothing else in the whole world mattered to him but Susie. And now he was a grown man and his own boss. Peder would lay hold of heavy objects out of sheer joy in the sense of his own strength. From now on he intended to steer his own course. Hadn't his brothers done the same? Let the old women around the settlement wag their tongues all they pleased. Phrases from an old hymn, which his mother, while he was only a little fellow, had forced him to learn by heart, came drifting into his consciousness. And were the world with devils filled, all wanting to devour us, our souls to fear we need not yield, they cannot overpower us. Peder sang the lines. Some sense to that. The next night they were together, he asked Susie timidly what she thought her father would say to their engagement. I don't know. Susie snuggled closer into his arm as if seeking protection. Father's kind-hearted. He's always been good to me. It'll be worse with the priest. The priest? Peder ejaculated. What are you saying? I'm a Catholic. So you are, and I a Lutheran. I know it. Peder gave a hearty laugh. But in the sight of God, we're just two human beings. To Susie, this remark seemed so full of good sense and did her so much good that she must thank him for it. Clasping her hands about his neck, she pulled his face to her and kissed him. What about your mother? She murmured. She? We're going to be good to her, said Peder soberly. I had lots of practice with Grandma, Susie assured him, and began telling him how she had had to care for the old lady the last year she lived. For a while, Peder listened without interrupting her. But when she told of how she had even had to light the pipe for Grandma, he experienced a strange elation. An omnipotent hand stretched out and swept all his fears away. No trick for a person like that to be good to Mother. Feeling that he must thank her in some tangible way for having been so kind to the old woman, Peder stroked her hand. Suddenly he broke out, Let's get married in the spring. In the spring? Susie had taken his hand and was patting it. That'll be a long time to wait. But, you see, that event can only take place in the springtime. When the winter is past, the rain is over and gone, when the flowers appear on the earth, the time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in our land, he quoted softly. How beautiful that is. Say it once more. Wait until we get to the end of the world. Then I'll tell you all manner of beautiful things. Are we going to the end of the world? Of course we are. I'd rather be here with you, she begged timidly. Peder stopped his horse in order to thank her properly. Each night, with a punctuality equal to their own, the moon took her serene way to the west. The night flowed over them in silvery beauty, dreamlike and calm. Peder and Susie stretched the hours as far as they dared. Each time the parting seemed more impossibly difficult. It would be long to wait until spring. 9. During the evenings of his absence, Beret sat alone. First in the kitchen for a while, after which she would retire to her own room. But peace she had not until she heard the buggy drive up the road, and then she was unable to sleep because she could not imagine what he had been about all night. Now that the work had let up, she was fighting a great loneliness. Aside from attending church every other Sunday, she never went anywhere, and few people came to the farm this season of the year. At times, she would feel herself a shipwrecked person, stranded on some lonely island far out at sea. Occasionally there was a sail on the horizon, which drifted across the day and was gone. Nothing more. Dead, everlasting sameness. After Sorin was married, she seldom came over. Kirsty complained of her feet troubling her. Over at his place, Stoda Hans was working early and late. This year he had paid up the farm, and now thought of little else than how he could improve it. During the corn husking, Anna Marie had gone to Montana to visit her brother. Beret herself had urged the girl to make the trip. Just the other day, a letter had come from her asking if she might not stay over Christmas. Things were going well for Ola, she told her mother. This fall he had harvested a bumper crop. And now Randy had a baby. Really, she needed help. It was a baby boy. They had named him Randolph Osborne, after Randy and Ola. Next spring, Ola intended to build. The country out there was extraordinarily beautiful. After reading the letter through several times, Beret stuck it in her bosom. In the evening, when Peder had gone, she took it out and read it again. Before retiring, she hid it in the small treasure chest where she kept the money. She slept little that night. Ola did not intend to come back. And he had no more respect for tradition, for that which ought to be holy to a people, than to give his boy such a name. During the night, Beret had occasional spells of crying. It annoyed her so much that she had to get up. The next day she mentioned, in an indifferent way to Peder, that she had had a few words from Anna Marie, but she didn't offer to show him the letter. It happened often that Peder was gone until the small hours of the morning. In the evenings, when Beret saw him go upstairs, preparatory to going out, she would find work and sit down by the kitchen table. As he came down and passed through the room, she looked up, always asking the same question. "Will you be gone long?" Tired of sitting up, she would go into her own room, and without undressing, lie down to wait for his return. When, after weary hours, he had come back and gone upstairs, she would get up and undress. Before retiring, she always looked at the clock, getting wider awake than ever. What had kept him out all night? That his mother was worrying over something, Peder inferred from many things, and that he himself might be the cause, he guessed by her solicitude for him. Every day she prepared dishes of which she knew he was particularly fond, and never before had she been so anxious about his person. Did he remember to change his stockings? He must keep his feet dry now that fall had come. Had he put on heavier underwear? At times she would grow very talkative, sharing her thoughts with him in friendliest fashion. She told him about Norway, about his grandparents, and of how her life had been when she grew up. Sometimes he would be compelled to listen because of an unusual animation in her talk. More often he only affected interest. His mind these days was elsewhere. But her manner made him watchful of how he treated her. His attention to her became almost paternal. He saw to it that the wood-box was always kept full. She must not be allowed to carry in water when he was home, and so with other chores he could do. As the days went by, it developed into a contest between them as to who could be the more considerate. It looked as though one were trying to fence the other in by being good. Peder had often heard her speak of what marvelous fine silverware the well-to-do people in Norway had. One evening, returning from town, he spread 12 silver spoons before her on the table, teaspoons and soup spoons, all imported from the old country. Beret stood speechless at first, looking from him to the table. What did this mean? Had he lost his senses? Had he found a gold mine? He wasn't going to ruin them. It seemed difficult for her to speak. Tears blinked in her eyes. No, he intended nothing of the kind. He had bought the spoons with his own money. Couldn't they afford to live like decent folk? If she wanted anything else for the house, she need only tell him, he added boastingly. Again she gave him a long look. What had come over him? He seemed filled with prankish joyousness, was so sure of himself, yet so kind, just like his father in the olden days. That same evening, Peder suggested that she need not help with the milking. Why should she trudge to the barn? He could easily do the chores alone. Would she please sit down now and rest herself? His proposal offended her deeply. What was that? Wasn't she to be allowed to tend her own cattle? Or perhaps he intended going into dairying. Oh no, looking after the cattle was the only enjoyment she had left now. That they'd have to let her have. But if he had other duties, she could easily do the chores alone. Perhaps he was going out? Peder deemed it wisest not to answer her. Now she's lonesome, I can see it in her. That imp of girl ought to have more sense than to be staying on out there in Montana. I don't see how I can better things by sticking around home every night. What would I talk to her about? The management of the farm I understand better than she does. The next Sunday after services he spoke to Store Hans. Why don't you folks ever come over? His brother smiled wryly. 'Cause you never ask us. Then I'm asking you right now. Today you do your chores early and come over, all of you. Be prepared to stay for supper. Has Mother asked you to invite us? No, but you can come anyway. Mother's lonesome since Sister left. No one comes to see her, and she never goes any place. And you yourself are out much, I hear. There was a note of accusation in his brother's voice, which Peder resented. Not as much as you were at the time you were going it. That was different. Then we were all at home. Peder gave a harsh laugh. Am I always to hang around home because it pleased you and Ola to leave? For a moment the two brothers looked at each other, neither speaking. But in the afternoon Store Hans came over, bringing his family with him, and stayed until late evening. In a pen down in the cow yard, Beret kept a herd of yearling cattle, which she was feeding for the winter market. On the following Tuesday afternoon, while carrying corn to them, she was interrupted in her work by Reverend Gabrielson driving into the yard. Beret was startled by his coming, for the minister had not called since the early part of the summer. She had wondered at his absence, had even spoken of it to Peder, who only laughed. Now she was glad to see him, because she had a few dollars laid aside, which she wanted to give the missions. The minister drove up to where she was working, but didn't step out of the buggy. No, thank you, he replied to her invitation. Today he couldn't stop. He only wanted to see Peder. Was he at home? No, he had gone to town with a load of wheat. The information seemed to trouble him. Did he want to see him? Beret asked. Yes, indeed. Reverend Gabrielson looked unusually sober and appeared at a loss what to do. Was it something urgent? The minister cleared his throat before speaking. I'm told he's taken up acting. As his pastor, I feel it my duty to warn him against such wickedness. What's that you're saying? Beret's hands clutched the buggy box. He's with that ungodly crowd that's carrying on in the schoolhouse every night. Little did I think that Peder would ever stoop that low. Beret felt at the verge of tears, and did actually cry. Yet she had to smile. Her countenance became odd to look at, like waves ruffled by a sudden gust of wind blowing straight against them. Every night, you say? I wonder if you aren't paying too close attention to what folks gossip about. Beret looked at the minister searchingly. I don't know of anything other than this exhibition, that we've had many years now, both before you came and since. The minister was profoundly concerned. I'm afraid this is a good deal worse. Is it so awfully bad? The smile was still upon her face. Aye, that it is, Mrs. Holm. There was a firm assurance in the minister's sober tone. The theater is a most dangerous enemy to godly living. I saw enough of that the time I served in Chicago. The theater deadens all good impulses in us by appealing to our sensuality. No Christian can afford to have anything to do with it. To think that we should get this infamous institution out here in the country. As Beret looked into the face of the minister, her own seemed to open wide. Have you been over to the schoolhouse yourself? Instinctively, Reverend Gabrielson drew away from her. What did she mean? Did she expect him to attend theatrical performances? Beret's earnestness made her pursue him. Bending over the box of the buggy, she asked, Don't you think you ought to go over? That a minister of the gospel cannot do. No, decidedly not. But I need no further proof. Members of the congregation have come to me with complaints. Only today I received a letter from Reverend Bakken, who asked me to stop this iniquity. Him I don't pay much attention to. Let him sweep his own doorstep. But how bad this business is, we know from the fact that it is leading astray one like Peder. Never before have I prepared a young man for confirmation who was dearer to me. His knowledge, his understanding of the Scriptures was indeed phenomenal. Now the God of this world is getting the better of that boy. The minister spoke sorrowfully. Beret stood silent and bent, the wind flapping her skirts. I suppose we must harvest that which we've sown, she said meditatively, a note of bitterness in her voice. Reverend Gabrielson felt a bit annoyed. What do you mean, Mrs. Holm? Breaking down the fences will let the cattle out. It takes no great wisdom to understand that. The two faced each other, he questioningly, Beret accusingly. She spoke first. Both early and late you've dinned it into our ears that in 20 years we'll all be alike. I'm afraid your zeal for a cause makes you judge unjustly. That all speak the same language can hardly necessitate all behaving in the same way. Beret's eyes took a firmer hold of his. I wonder which of us has given most thought to the problem. You who are hastening the amalgamation, or I who all these years have tried to hold back. It's easy to coast down a hill. One needs only to hang on. The Norwegians are as yet only children in America. Turn children loose to roam where they please, and it's hard to tell what they'll be up to. Now you're doing me a great injustice, Mrs. Holm. Do you really mean what you are saying? No one, nay, not even you, his own mother, has wished your son so well as I have. Reverend Gabrielson's face was redder than usual from the sober solicitude agitating him. It is my duty to tell you that your son has taken a road which leadeth to destruction. Then you who understand it must talk to him about it. Suddenly Beret turned and left him. Her eyes were blurred, she couldn't see clearly. The rumbling of the departing carriage jarred a sore spot in her head. It hurt her so. She pressed both hands against her temples. Half-dazed, she had begun to walk. Had she fed the cattle enough corn? Picking up the pails she had left a while ago, she went to the corn crib to carry in some more feed. Evil tongues again had hold of the boy. What he was up to now was so bad that people had gone to the minister to complain? Reverend Bakken had written, and it led to destruction? Beret forgot to fill the pail. A puzzled look had come into her face. Perman had never been so kind to her as he was these days. Perhaps she had lost her reason. Others had been more solicitous about him than she. She bent over to pick up the scoop shovel, but left it. What was it the boy said the other day? If you want anything else, you need only tell me? Those were his very words. The minister meddled with many things he didn't understand himself. What had she said to him anyway? And she had forgotten to give him the money. Beret forgot the cattle. She felt tired and sat down on the doorstep of the corn crib. Every night? How could the minister let himself be so easily fooled? She ought to know how often the boy had been out. End of Chapter 4, Song of the Shulamite, Part 3. Chapter 4, Part 4 of Peder Victorious by O.E. Rølvaag, translated by O.E. Rølvaag and Nora Solom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Song of the Shulamite, Part 4. 10. At the supper table, Beret was unusually cheerful, almost light-hearted, Peder thought. She asked him many questions. How had he fared in town? What price had he got today? Had he met anyone from up this way? What did people talk about nowadays? But all of a sudden she changed the topic of conversation. How was the exhibition getting on? Would it be worthwhile seeing it? Oh, fine. Peder felt tired and lazy after the long ride on the lumber wagon. He hadn't paid much attention to what she was saying. Hadn't they started rather early this year? What kind of program were they getting up? Peder became wide awake. His voice was full of tranquil enthusiasm. Something wonderful this year, all right. What was it, then? Beret, too, was getting enthusiastic. A play. What do you call it? In her eagerness to catch the English term Peder had used, Beret leaned forward. Pondering a moment, Peder laughed heartily. I can't tell you what it's called in Norwegian, but it's great fun. Is it skuespill? Footnote. Skuespill, literally, play or playing which one looks at. End of footnote. Beret spoke the word slowly. Peder nodded. We play it all right. It's the same thing that Shakespeare wrote. Beret watched him closely. No look of guilt on his face, only happy innocence. How could it be so bad, then? For a while they ate in silence, Beret helping herself only to small morsels, just enough to keep him company. She was on the point of asking who was the man he had named, but thought better of it. Instead, she wanted to know who was taking part this year. Were there many? Peder mentioned most of the players by name. What are you telling me? Beret exclaimed. Is Tonston in it too? Beret began to laugh. No, really? Of course, and he's good too. Beret took Tonston's presence in the cast as a good joke and enjoyed it immensely. When are you meeting next? Saturday night. Not before Saturday night? That'll be a whole week? Beret seemed greatly surprised. She asked the question as though she didn't think it quite right of them not to meet before. But presently she was sober again. I hope you're not doing anything wrong. Peder laughed at her teasingly. You always find something to worry about. I wonder when you'll give up fretting about me. Neither that night nor later did she mention the minister's visit. She was much preoccupied these days. Whenever Peder was near, she would study him furtively. Then her apprehension would quiet down. She had never seen the boy in a happier mood, and he sang continually. But the longer she thought of what Reverend Gabrielson had told her, the more uneasy she got. He would hardly have come unless something out of the ordinary had prompted him. She had, moreover, done him nothing but good. He surely wasn't seeking revenge because the boy refused to study for the ministry. He has chosen a road which leadeth to destruction. She had never seen him so sober-faced as when he spoke those words. An ordained servant of the Lord would hardly say such things, unless he had good reasons. Saturday brought raw, cloudy weather. A low, woolly sky hung right down on the prairie, a cold, howling wind tugging at the clouds. All afternoon Peder was busy grinding corn for the cattle. Off and on, Beret came out and helped him carry corn to and from the mill. Today, too, he sang. After supper he went straight upstairs to his room. Tonight he was a long time about getting ready. All the while he was whistling a merry tune which Beret had not heard before. Occasionally he would break off whistling and hum a strain or two. When he came downstairs ready to go, Beret was sitting by the kitchen table, mending winter clothes. She looked up at him. Did you find a clean shirt? Peder nodded, waiting for her to say more. That's a becoming necktie. When did you get that? The other day. Do you like it? He started for the door. Wait a moment. Beret rose and came after him. You have a white thread on the back of your coat. Having picked it off, she turned him around to see if there might be more. Are you stopping in for Tonston? He takes his own rig. Peder wanted to be off, yet hesitated. What was the matter with her tonight? I suppose it's lonesome for Kirsty, sitting there all alone night after night. Wonder if I ought not to go down to see her. She asked the question as though wanting his advice. Just so it doesn't rain. In that case, she'd never dare venture up here. No, that I'm sure she wouldn't. Peder took hold of the doorknob. They go to bed early at Tonston's. What else is the poor woman to do? We be gone long tonight? Not so terribly long. Peder opened the door and slipped out. Beret didn't sit down to her work right away. Going over to the window, she stood there, peering out into the dark, as if waiting to see him come back. He might have offered to take me down to Kirsty. It wouldn't have delayed him much. Not until she heard the buggy drive down the road did she leave the window and go back to her work. Her hand was unsteady. Every now and then she looked up, glancing around the room. So many noises in here tonight. The wind laid hold of the windows, shaking them with a loud rattle. Must be a draft from one of them. Per Hansa's picture wouldn't hang still. She got up and put the locks on both windows. That done, she closed the damper in the stovepipe, from which came a hollow rumbling. A queer uneasiness possessed her. Going over to the door, she opened it and looked out. It'll hardly rain on this side of midnight. A noise from the barn caught her ears. Now a horse neighed. Were they fighting? Then he must have forgotten to feed them hay before he went. Among the clothes she had taken down to mend was an old duck coat of her husband's, which she had used every winter. Beret put the coat on, lit the lantern, and went to the barn to see what was wrong. But now all was quiet and peaceful. 2 of the horses whinnied the moment they saw her. Having filled the mangers with hay, she went into the cow barn to look at a cow which was overdue. She stepped into the stall to feel the animal. It would be more than strange if they didn't have little folks here before morning. She bedded the cow with fresh bedding and looked after the calf stall. Into it, too, she carried straw. Before leaving the barn, she blew out the lantern. Out in the yard, she stopped and looked up at the weather. Not so dark but that one could see the road. The rain would hardly come yet. Back in the kitchen again, she looked about the room irresolutely. By the stove hung a black kerchief. She felt it before she tied it on her head. For a moment she seemed to have forgotten what to do next. Aye, there stood the matchbox. What was the matter with her, anyway? She took out a few matches and put them into her coat pocket. Turning the lamp low, she waited until it went out. Picking up the lantern, but without lighting it, she left the house. Upon reaching the main road, she stopped, uncertain which way to take. They did retire early at Tonston's. By this time, Kirsty would most likely have gone to bed. Perhaps she'd better not disturb her. Still, Beret hesitated. It wasn't very far over to the schoolhouse. No, really. The night was dark. As threatening as the weather looked tonight, not many people would be on the road. A pent-up sigh escaped her as she started westward. At first she walked slowly, deliberately, but little by little faster. In a moment she was running. When she had reached a point only half a mile distant from the schoolhouse, she took off from the road. Here began a cornfield which continued all the rest of the way. Going into the field so far that she was sure no one could see her from the road, she picked out a row which she began to follow westward. The stalks under her feet broke with loud crashes. The sound frightened her and made her pick her way more cautiously. Her foot stepped on a cob. Instinctively she picked it up and took it with her. Here was another cob. They certainly hadn't picked very clean. Too bad to let all this corn rot in the field. Both cobs she stood up against a root. Reaching the western edge of the field, she stopped dead still, facing the schoolhouse. From the windows light poured out upon the dark. One window was open. Talk and much laughter came floating through it. Seized by a violent shaking, she crouched down, grabbing hold of a stalk in order to steady herself. A little distance back of the schoolhouse ran a fence, to which were tied several horses. No human being in sight. In an instant, Beret was standing close up against the back wall of the schoolhouse, listening intently. The loud voices of men reached her ear. Could they be quarreling? One sounded angry. There, a girl laughed, a voice full of youth and gaiety. Beret's knees were unsteady as she began working up to the nearest window. Reaching the corner of the window so that she could get a peep at the room, she looked right into the faces of 2 Negroes sitting on the platform by the teacher's desk, grinning. Their jet-black faces arrested her attention. But only for a minute. What was this? There stood Permont out on the floor, engaged in some silly manner with a girl. A girl. Who was that girl? God have mercy. His arm was about her, her head resting on his shoulder, his face close to hers. Beret found it difficult to breathe. Her neck craned, her eyes had opened unnaturally wide. The pupils seemed to pop out. She couldn't see clearly because of innumerable small sparks dancing before her eyes. A faintness came over her. She had to lean against the wall. A cold hand was clutching her heart. The fierceness of the grip made her groan. Like a drunken man, she staggered away from the wall. Over in the field, she sank down on a bunch of cornstalks. She groaned like one in unsufferable pain, all the while whimpering, "Oh, my God, how can you let such things come to pass?" She didn't know how long she had sat thus, when a voice, clearly and distinctly, spoke by her side. "Now go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass." Repeating the words carefully, she nodded to him who spoke them, adding when the voice ceased talking, "Hush, don't speak so loudly. I can hear you." Someone came out of the schoolhouse, took one of the horses, and drove away. A group of people was standing on the porch, talking and laughing gaily. A boy and a girl leaving the group came around on this side. In the light from the window, Beret recognized them both plainly. She could see that his arm was about the girl's waist, and that she clung close to him. She heard him speak, in a low, thrilled voice, the girl only clinging closer to him. There he goes now, she thought. They'll be staying out all night, and me he couldn't even take down to Chursty's. In the schoolhouse, someone blew out the lights. The last buggy drove out of the yard. Before her in the dark, the schoolhouse, crouching low and mysteriously alive, stood waiting for her to come. Beret arose stealthily. Stealing around to the front, she tried to open the door, which wouldn't budge. Putting her lantern down, she tried to break the door open, throwing the weight of her body against it. The resistance infuriated her. Running down the steps, she left the lantern by the corner. The next moment she was over in the cornfield, snapping off stalks and tearing leaves which she gathered into her skirt. With demoniacal fury, Beret worked until she had a load. Carrying it over to the wall, she began to hunt along the sill on the lee side of the house. Here a stone had come out of the foundation. Beret was on her knees, putting stalks and leaves into the hole. Suddenly her head raised. Did she hear steps? Steps that walked with a heavy thud? No, it couldn't come from walking feet. The sound seemed more like intermittent snarls of an angry animal. Didn't it come from the other side? On all fours she crept around the nearest corner, past the back wall, and peered around the other corner. All her senses were taut. Again sparks flared and flickered before her eyes. The farther window must be loose. Only the wind. "Aren't you going to get done here tonight?" someone cried in her ear. The voice didn't frighten her, nor did she seem surprised. Of course she'd have to get ready. The rain was already commencing to fall, big drops with which the wind pierced the darkness. Seeing clearly what must be done, she took the matches out of her pocket and got ready. But in striking the first one, she broke it, because her hand shook so violently. The little mishap with the match increased her excitement. Forcing herself to work calmly, she struck another, carefully shading the light until she got it down into the kindling. Thank God, now it was catching. Small flames, they seemed weak and drowsy, tried to take hold of the damp leaves, but after a few attempts gave up. In the edges, tiny embers glowed a while, curled back, then died, and again all was blackness. Beret wouldn't believe it. The Lord himself had commanded her to destroy this place of wickedness. It must burn. Before her eyes drifted layers of mist, dimming her sight. Her whole body shook as under an attack of ague. Now I shall have to be careful, she thought. Otherwise I shan't be able to carry out the Lord's command. Careful? She felt resentful of the idea. How was one to work in a darkness like this? The wind had increased in violence, and now it was raining hard. You might have fixed things a little easier for me, she protested in the manner of a pouting child. Beret crept close up to the wall. Unbuttoning her coat and using it for shelter against the wind, she struck match after match and thrust it down among the damp leaves. Faint flames flickered for a moment, burning cheerfully wherever they found dry spots. Then darkness again, blacker than ever. "Now what is this?" she sobbed, rising on her knees and hunting frantically for more matches. Suddenly she collapsed in a heap, moaning pitiably, "Oh, God, help me to carry out thy will." 11. No common rain this. The downpour came in torrents. The sluices of the heavens had all burst open. The huge waves racing through the air, encountering an obstruction, broke like surging breakers against a projecting mountain side. Every time Beret put her foot down, there came a sopping sound from her shoes. Her clothing pasted itself to her body. Yet she plodded on, her feet moving with a dull, monotonous regularity. An idea occurred to her. I must have been walking thus since the beginning of time. A stupefying satisfaction came over her because she had been able to keep on walking for so long a time. Nevertheless, she couldn't help wishing that it would end pretty soon. Never had the walking been quite so difficult, for that she'd have remembered. Tonight her mind was befogged and refused to remember anything clearly. She had come to, sitting up against a wall, soaked through. What wall was it, anyway? After getting to her feet, she had kept searching for something she had lost, some object. What was it she had been searching for? The weather disturbed her in her thinking. The wind was almost worse than the rain. Out of the raging darkness came solid barn walls falling upon her back. Thank God she had the storm with her. Every once in a while she was thrown forward on all fours. Each time she would lose the lantern, and the lantern she couldn't afford to part with, because she must look after that cow tonight. The lantern? There you have it. That's what she'd been looking for all night. God be praised. Here was home at last. Just as she opened the door, the wind tore it out of her hands. Over by the clock, Père Hansa was pounding the wall. If she didn't get the door shut this minute, the picture would come tumbling down. With some difficulty, Beret got the door closed. Now I'd better see about the lamp. Her thoughts worked sanely and orderly. She knew exactly where the matches were, found one, and got the lamp lit. Awful how she was tracking up the floor. Beret looked at the floor. What was that black cloth? Did you ever see the like? The wind had torn the crepe off Père Hansa. Carefully, lest she soil it, she picked it up and laid it on the table. What was it she'd been thinking of all the time? The cow? Yes, certainly. She must look after the poor beast. She could change afterwards. Before leaving the kitchen, she stirred up the fire and put on a kettle of water. If the cow didn't need it, she would want it herself. Outside, the storm was so violent that she bent low in order to stand on her feet. Still, she had difficulty in reaching the barn. The cow greeted her with prolonged mooings, and sure enough, there was the calf. Beret felt real satisfaction because her predictions had proved true. What a fine little fellow! Beret took plenty of time in caring for the cow. She hurried back to the kitchen for a pail of lukewarm water. From a sack of cornmeal she had standing in the barn, she mixed a few handfuls into the water. Later, she busied herself with the calf. When she came out of the barn again, the rain had changed into sleet. Sticky flakes of snow were flying before the storm like mad furies. Entering the house, she felt she was shivering. Unless she got out of the wet clothes this minute, she'd get a cough. Undressing from top to toe, she rubbed herself dry. Even so, she didn't stop until she felt a warm tingling through her body. Then she slipped on a Sunday dress. In the stove blazed a cheery fire. The kitchen was filled with a pleasing warmth which brought a languorous drowsiness to all her senses. Having wiped up the water on the floor, she would have liked to go to bed. But back of her drowsiness an idea was working hard to break through, an idea of something undone, which she must not forget. It must be important, because the more she thought of it, the more uneasy she got. A cold draft came sweeping down the stairway. He surely didn't have the window open on a night like this. Lighting the candle, which always stood ready on the kitchen shelf, she walked upstairs into Peder's room. She cast an eye on the empty bed, but showed no surprise, because he wasn't there. Nor did she have time to ponder the problem where he might be, for through the window, left partly open at the top, the backlash of the wind drove sleet into the room. "This is a fine state of affairs," she exclaimed to herself. Water was dripping from the table. The cover of the English Bible, lying on top of a pile of books, had been soaked through. This I must take down to dry on the stove shelf. Downstairs again, she wiped the cover with a dry cloth. Too bad for such a fine book. Closing the Bible, she saw sheets of paper sticking out. She pulled them out to see if they were dry. There were 3 of them, all 3 sheets written in a beautiful hand. She placed the papers by the lamp while she took care of the Bible, then came back and looked at them. Père certainly wrote a fine hand when he wasn't in too much of a hurry. Wonder what this can be. English, of course. She held the pages close to the light. Certainly she might have guessed as much. Reading the first words at the top, which she understood readily enough, Beret began chuckling softly to herself. "To my beloved," it said. Aye, so it did. She hurried into her own room after her glasses, and returning quickly, sat down close to the lamp. Her face wearing the expression of a child who has unexpectedly come upon a deep secret of a grown-up, and knowing that he is not supposed to see it, gives in to an overmastering temptation. She began to read slowly. "For lo, the winter is past, the rain is over and gone. The flowers appear on the earth. The time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in our land. The fig tree ripeneth her green figs, and the vines are in blossom. They give forth their fragrance. Arise, my love, my fair one, and come away. O my dove, that art in the clefts of the rock, in the covert of the steep place, let me see thy countenance, let me hear thy voice. For sweet is thy voice, and thy countenance is comely." Beret's face beamed in childlike wonder, and was lovely to look at. Has Père been trying to make poetry? This is nice. I don't care what you say. She read on, making slow progress, because she found many words that were strange to her. Behold, thou art fair, my love. Behold, thou art fair. Thine eyes are as doves behind thy veil. Thy hair is as a flock of goats that lie along the side of Mount Gilead. Thy teeth are like a flock of ewes that are newly shorn, which are come up from the washing, whereof every one hath twins, and none is bereaved among them. Beret's face took on a worried expression. I wonder where he can have got all this. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet, and thy mouth is comely. Thy temples are like a piece of a pomegranate behind thy veil. Thy neck is like the tower of David builded for an armory, whereon there hang 1,000 bucklers, all the shields of the mighty men. Thy 2 breasts are like 2 fawns that are twins of a roe, which feed among the lilies. Beret shook her head, her hand trembling. The boy didn't intend to show such nonsense to anyone, because that would never do. Before she was aware of it, she had continued reading, getting at the sense slowly. Thou art all fair, my love, and there is no spot in thee. Come with me from Lebanon, my bride, with me from Lebanon. Go from the top of Amana, from the top of Senir and Hermon, from the lions' dens, from the mountains of the leopards. Thou hast ravished my heart, my sister, my bride. Thou hast ravished my heart, with one look from thine eyes, with one chain of thy neck. How fair is thy love, my sister, my bride! How much better is thy love than wine, and the smell of thine ointment than all manner of spices. Thy lips, O my bride, drop as the honeycomb. Honey and milk are under thy tongue, and the smell of thy garments is like the smell of Lebanon. A garden shut up is my sister, my bride, a spring shut up, a fountain sealed. Beret had to read the lines once more. Now her hand shook so violently that she had to lay the paper down. Had the boy lost all reason? Picking up the next page, her eyes scrutinized it absent-mindedly before she began reading. Thou art beautiful, O my love, as Tirzah, comely as Jerusalem, terrible as an army with banners. Turn away thine eyes from me, for they have overcome me. Thy hair is as a flock of goats that lie along the side of Gilead. While reading these lines, the set expression in her face relaxed. Her eyes shone with a soft brilliance, a dreamy, faraway look having come into them. But at the conclusion, she came to with a sudden start. How beautiful are thy feet in sandals, O prince's daughter! The joints of thy thigh are like jewels, the work of the hands of a cunning workman. Thy navel is like a round goblet, wherein no mingled wine is wanting. Thy belly is like a heap of wheat, set about with lilies. Beret rose abruptly. Such wickedness shall get no further. I don't care how angry he gets. Tearing up the sheets into little bits, she removed a lid from the stove and threw them into the fire, watching them while they were being consumed by the flames. But the sight of the fire seemed to distract her. Shivers ran up and down her back. It was burning fine now. Well, didn't it burn? She rubbed her forehead. How helpless she had come to be. Here she had forgotten something else. A deep sigh escaped her as she stared into the fire. Mechanically her hand moved, putting the lid back into place. It must be bedtime by now. Perhaps she'd better go to bed. Beret took the lamp to go to her room. From sheer force of habit, she stopped by the wall to see what time it was. The clock was nearing 12, but she did not see it at all. Her eyes were fastened on her husband. She held the lamp close to the picture. How odd he looked tonight. His whole face smiled roguishly at her. He was so strangely light and cheerful. I wonder what he can be thinking about. Beret looked at the picture a long time. Turning down the lamp, she let it burn low. She might have to use it later on. A vague idea, hazy and far away, was trying to get her attention. She was waiting for someone who would be coming pretty soon. In the meantime, she would only lie down on the bed and rest herself. Pulling off her shoes, she lay down with her clothes on. A languorous bliss came over her. How good it felt to stretch a bit. She'd better be careful not to fall asleep before he came. She didn't sleep, either, only lay there looking at her own thoughts moving slowly across a faraway horizon. At times she had to strain her senses in order to see them. Wouldn't he be coming pretty soon? How could he be gone so long on a night like this? He would be here soon now, of course, pretty soon. There he was now. And he didn't go upstairs, but came into her room. Beret turned her head to look at him. What, of all things? What kind of company was this tonight? Right by the bed stood Père Hansa, her dead husband, beaming down upon her. By his eyes, which were only narrow slits, she could see he was in high spirits. But how strangely he'd dressed himself. She looked closely at his clothes, a big stocking cap pulled down over his ears, that old duck coat of his, and heavy German socks on his feet. Aye, now she remembered. It was snowing outside. But she found no time to think of how he was dressed, for he was speaking to her. It's only this, dear Beret girl. The last time I was here I did what you wanted me to, though I didn't quite like it. Now you must listen to me. I've set my mind on it. Don't go against Père. Let him have the girl he is so fond of. Don't you recall how mad I was about you? And you weren't much better yourself, as far as I remember. You never paid any attention to what your parents said about it, and thank God you didn't. Beret was sitting up in bed looking at him. What are you saying, Père Hansa? Go and change your clothes this minute while I get you a cup of warm coffee. Never mind troubling about that. I have much to attend to and can't stop here. But you talk to Père right away. Hard to tell how this business will turn out unless he gets the girl. Now, I've got to be off. The Lord himself is standing outside the door, waiting for me. 12. When Beret awoke, the voice of her husband was still ringing in her ears. He must have left the room this very minute. Jumping out of bed, she hurried to the window, stood there looking out. A pale gray light greeted her. The day seemed asleep yet. The prairie had a soft white covering on it. Hastening to the kitchen and opening the door quickly, she peered out, holding her breath. No sound, save the dripping from the roof, the drops falling with a heavy splash. No sign of footprints in the snow. Where could they be? Why, he had just gone. The cold air chilled her. Closing the door, she went back into the kitchen and made a fire, put on the coffee pot and the oatmeal. Then, going to the stairway, she called to Peder, as she was wont to do every morning. But without waiting for him, she took the milk pails and went to the barn. She needed to be alone to work this out before he came. While Peder was having his breakfast in the kitchen, she kept puttering about in her own room, not being able to recall why she had gone there. She looked at the different objects, sat down, and, getting up again, stood by the window, staring out. Her lips moved, but no sound came. Hearing Peder go upstairs, she went back to the kitchen. Seeing food on the table, she sat down to have her breakfast. As soon as she had done eating, she cleared the table and washed the dishes, working very slowly. At times she forgot what she was about. All through the day she moved as one in a dream, yet omitted nothing from the customary routine. But for dinner she put only bread and butter on the table, and a glass of milk for herself and for Peder. Peder came down from upstairs whistling softly to himself. By the table he stopped and broke into a laugh. He couldn't help himself. What kind of feast had she prepared today? Was this all she had to feed hungry people? His mother, her back turned to him, was standing over by the stove. We're going away today, she said absent-mindedly. Are we going away? A pause followed. I suppose we'll have to go over to Doheny's and see about the wedding. Peder turned crimson. He sat down and didn't dare look up. A wave of deep joyousness surged back and forth in him. How good of Mother! He could have gone right over and hugged her. We've agreed to wait until spring, he confessed, low-voiced and very bashful. Again silence. Neither your father nor I can agree to that. An odd note of resentment had come into Beret's voice. She was still busy by the stove. Peder glanced up at her. Today she's in bad humor. She's been lying awake during the night waiting for me. Perhaps she was down at Kirsty's last night. The tongues are wagging all right. Well, let him talk. Beret hung up a kettle and turned to him. Her face seemed flushed. Her eyes had a strange expression. They shone with an unnatural brilliancy, yet had a faraway look. Peder, finding it hard to meet her eyes, looked down. She takes it hard, all right. That I knew beforehand. Just wait till she gets to know Susie. There's no great hurry, he said slowly, trying to calm her. Enough of that, Permont. This time you'll have to mind me. Beret spoke in excited determination, like one afraid of not gaining his point. Peder got up from the table, uncertain. She seemed so upset today that he was afraid to talk to her. Seeing him stand there irresolute exasperated her beyond the point of endurance. Go and get yourself ready. Don't you hear me? Later in the day they may not be home at Doheny's. I must see him at once. Peder couldn't remember having seen his mother thus. Not knowing what else to do, he went upstairs. A mingled feeling of resentment and depression played in his mood. He would have liked to smash things up a bit, yet he felt more like throwing himself upon the bed and bawling for all he was worth. But little by little the thought that they were really going to Doheny's to talk over an event which he and Susie had seen only in dreams dispelled his anxiety. His preparations completed, he slowly descended the stairs. Why worry about it anyway? If necessary, he'd be willing to get married tomorrow. Then Mother need no longer be lonesome. The idea cheered him. Of course Mother will get over it. She has always been a bit queer. Let's hurry and be off. The astonishment to be caused by their unexpected arrival together at the Doheny's filled him with laughter, yet he managed to keep a sober mien. And Susie, what an amazing surprise for her. Peder glanced up to find his mother's eyes upon him with a strange intensity that startled him. Suddenly her face lit up into a bright smile, like that of a child who has fussed long and then unexpectedly gains his point. End of Peder Victorious by O.E. Rølvaag, translated by O.E. Rølvaag and Nora Solem.